This is Chapter 4 of the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training. What are we going to learn in Chapter 4? That all childhood problems are rooted in pain, which we've said before. And then children respond to their pain rather predictably. They don't all do the same thing, but the number of things that they do is fairly small. Just like you go to a restaurant and there's lots of things on the menu, but the total number of ingredients in the back room is much smaller than the number of dishes that can be created. We're going to talk about cutting. That's where teenage kids cut themselves, cut their skin. Usually girls. We're going to also talk about other forms of self-injury, self-harming. It goes by a number of names, and the names seem to change all the time. And we're going to talk about the benefits that kids get from cutting, which sounds bizarre, but they do. It expresses pain physically, it decreases confusion, it distracts them from their emotional pain, helps them to feel alive, gives them the illusion of power, gets them attention. They get a sense of self-blame, helps them to express their anger, and it's a cry for help. That's a lot of things. We're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about the relationship of cutting to the getting and protecting behaviors. We're going to talk about the power of understanding our children's behavior. If your child doesn't cut, I'm going to show you how what cutters do is very similar to what your child does and how that will help you. By the way, the term cutter isn't meant to somehow mean that a person is only what they do. It's just easier than saying someone who self-harms every time you say it. It's much easier to say cutter. And we're going to talk about children who demonstrate a lack of responsibility or who withdraw or who are depressed, and how the lack of responsibility relates to all of the 7 behaviors that I've shown on slides over and over again, the big 7, if you like. We may start a new athletic conference. We're going to talk about addictions to screens, meaning phones, video games, and other devices, and how the lack of love leads to pain, which leads to automatically some behavior that decreases pain, and then addiction. And we're going to talk about the addiction to alcohol, drugs, and porn, and the adult children that we continue to harbor, if you like, overprotect at home. So let's begin. Kids without real love, and we've talked about this before, respond with getting and protecting behaviors. Automatically happens every time because they're in pain. They feel empty and afraid. So they respond by attacking, lying, acting like victims, running, clinging. They just can't help it. It's a reflex. Getting and protecting behaviors decrease their pain, protect them from pain, and fill their emptiness. And in the last chapter, we demonstrated how Amanda's 6 and 8-year-old children who fought all the time, the famous 6 and 8-year-old Amanda's kids we've talked about several times, we talked about how they used several of the getting and protecting behaviors and how they used those to get imitation love, the usual list, that they were desperate for in the absence of real love. Now I'm going to show you how all children do this. All children do what Amanda's kids do in different ways. All children use the getting and protecting behaviors to get imitation love because they're in pain, because they don't, all of that stuff. It just flows like a predictable cascade so that you can begin to understand your child, which is the beginning of loving them. Now, we talked about you finding unconditional love using the process of telling the truth about yourself so that you can feel seen, so that you can be unconditionally accepted, so that you can feel unconditionally loved. We can use that same process in a slightly different way. As you see the truth about your child, that your child's in pain, that your child has needs, that your child is drowning, that truth allows you to more accurately, more completely see your child and accept them rather than be irritated by them and try to control them, and to love them. I've shown you the list of common problems that kids have, certainly not all the problems that they have, and now we're going to deal with more of that list. So here's the list of the big 7, and I could have picked any of them, but we got to start somewhere. So we're going to talk about, oddly, cutting, which might be one of the less common of these, but it illustrates a lot of things, which includes also any form of self-harming or self-injury. For example, some people who self-injure, some are cutters. They make cuts in their skin. They're very often parallel, controlled lines. They're often on arms, legs, sometimes genitals, shoulders. They can be anywhere. Sometimes they're shallow. Sometimes they're very deep. It should be noted that cutting is not a trivial thing. That out of all of the mental health disorders that are listed in the Bible of describing mental health disorders, cutters succeed in killing themselves more than any other group, more than people who are depressed. They don't usually die from the cutting. The cutting is a ritualistic demonstration of a lot of things that we're going to talk about. They die from hanging themselves or taking pills or being run over by cars or something else. But it's a very dangerous disorder. They can also self-harm by pulling their own hair, which is actually relatively common. Watch people who are really anxious, and some people will twirl their hair, and some people will, maybe when you're not looking, but sometimes when you are, because they're very good at it, they just pull their hair, just, one at a time. And if they do it slowly enough, people don't notice it. They'll do it in little patches that you won't see. It has a long name, trichotillomania, but there's so many that there's actually a society of people who suffer from this, and they just refer to it as trick. Yeah, I have trick. Another way to self-harm is to pull eyelashes. Another is to pick at the skin. If you feel your skin, it's usually easy. I happen to have flawless skin, so I don't have this problem. But to find some little thing, an early pimple, a scab from some wound, to find some uneven place, and they'll start picking at it. Or they can just start picking at normal skin and create sores, which they then pick at endlessly, and they make bigger, which then leads to more picking, and wow, it can just really turn into a mess. I've seen some people who were significantly disfigured because they simply picked at their skin. Some people bang their heads against the floor or the wall, and often this isn't noticed because they do this alone in their rooms, and sometimes late at night, and sometimes when there's nobody in the house. And it's often not noticed until the skin is broken or a bruise is created. And if they bang their heads and a bruise is created, the hair covers it. So it's common for kids to have been banging their heads for years and nobody knew. There are kids who have caused their own concussions and permanent brain damage from banging their heads when nobody knew. Tattoos are a kind of sneaky form of self-mutilation that has the advantage to the user of being moderately socially acceptable, and to some people, physically attractive. But with many people, it's a way of injuring themselves. I hope all of you parents are paying attention here, because some of you might be tempted to think, well, my kid doesn't do any of these things, and so you just turn off your brain. My child isn't self-harming. Well, if your child isn't self-harming, there's still a lot you can learn here, because pain is pain. Pain is pain. It's all they're all just different flavors of the same thing. And self-harming is just one of thousands of ways to deal with pain. As I talk about pain, you can learn something about your child, even if they don't fall into the classification of self-harming. My subject here is only partly about cutting and the rest of the forms of self-harming. It's about how children respond to pain. So no matter how your child behaves, this is all about you and your child. It also turns out, I pause for effect, that all the behaviors that I've listed, like in the big 7, are self-destructive. So it turns out they're all forms of self-harming. So now you get to listen even more closely. Anger hurts the person who's angry and the people around them every time. ADHD, behaving in that fashion, ends up being socially harmful, sometimes physically harmful, certainly harmful in scholastic settings. It's harmful to behave in that way. Withdrawal, always harmful. Separating yourself from contact with other people, making it impossible to feel loved by them. Depression, harmful. Suicide, pretty obviously self-harming. And all the addictions, games, phone, drugs, alcohol, all self-harmful. I used narcotics for years just to escape from my own emotional pain. And the more I used narcotics, the more I was harming myself emotionally and physically, just as though I had been a headbanger or a cutter. So they're all related. Don't tune out because we're talking about cutting. We're talking about you. This is virtually never recognized, what I just said to you, like ever. People don't recognize that all these behaviors are self-destructive, are forms of self-injury. But all responses to pain are similar in that they tend to cause additional pain to the person in pain and to the people around them. We use all these different getting and protecting behaviors and all of these combinations of them in the big 7 that we've been talking about. We use them to temporarily diminish our pain. But in the long term, often long term being like even days, they cause more harm, more pain, and now we have to do them more. Or we have to switch to another one, or we have to use 3 of them at the same time. It just gets worse and worse, the way that we treat pain. Why? Because the pain is really caused by an absence of unconditional love. And here we are using other things to fill in that hole. It's not going to work. It's like patching highways. If there's a hole in a highway and they just throw dirt in it, the dirt's going to come out of the hole in no time at all. The hole's actually going to become worse because you put in weak dirt. It's going to undermine the edges. It's going to get bigger. In fact, it turns out that patching holes in roads with anything other than the same structural stuff that it was built with in the first place ends up being not just cost ineffective, it ends up being very expensive. And so the proper ways to fill a hole in a road, why did I read an article about filling potholes? But I did. It involves this enormous machine that applies heat and pressure and essentially makes the material in the hole it bonds it to the materials around it. So, like there was no hole. Only real love can do that in human beings, in your children. So any behavior that you do nothing about, any behavior that your children are using that decreases their pain is going to end up hurting them. It's going to increase the size of the pothole. And to you parents with self-harming children, oh, this is going to be especially useful. But again, pain is pain. And this is just one of many ways to respond. In other words, your child is not a freak, and there's not something wrong with you. There is no shame in this. This is just one way of dealing with pain. It just happens to be one that is less socially acceptable than many others, like anger, for example. Anger's everywhere, but we don't see people sitting around cutting themselves everywhere. Back to self-harming. Why in the world would somebody hurt themselves physically? We'll stick with cutting and just remember that there are many ways to harm yourself. Lots. Like the list goes on and on. There are lots of reasons why somebody would do this. And it applies to why somebody would knowingly take drugs. I was a physician. I was a surgeon. I know what the effects of using narcotics are, and every time I put a band around my arm and injected narcotics into myself, every single time I did it, I knew it was wrong. I also knew it was harmful, and I also promised myself it would be the last time. Every time. And yet, I did it again. Why? Pain. We can't take prolonged pain, especially pain that appears to have no visible end, none. So we'll use whatever is at hand. So why would somebody cut themselves? Easy. Everything else they've tried hasn't worked, and this works. This happens to work for this group of people. It doesn't work for everybody else. Why would somebody knowingly take drugs? Why would they engage in high-risk behaviors, like promiscuous sex, for example? Why would they withdraw from people, attempt suicide? That has a finality to it. Or simply be irresponsible and fail to do their homework. All of those things are self-destructive. Why would they do it? Pain. Cutting has the additional benefit to those who do it of expressing pain physically that cannot be expressed emotionally. We're terrible at expressing emotional pain. Ask people, how are you doing? When it's clear they're miserable. Ask your child someday, no, don't do this unless you're really thoroughly prepared, because you're not going to like the response. How are you doing? Fine. Well, clearly not. How often does a child or an adult say, I just feel alone in all the world. I'm just miserable. I feel empty. I feel afraid. I don't know what to do. Everything frightens me. I would do anything to get rid of this pain. Who says that? Nobody. We don't know how to express it. So we don't know what to do about it. Kids who are in pain rarely, if ever, can clearly tell you about their pain. They can't say, I'm in emotional pain, it's unbearable. I've never felt enough unconditional love, so I feel empty and afraid. And when I act out, when I cut or use drugs or perform in front of audiences for applause, or I'm the class clown, or I get angry, or I get drunk, or I focus on my games or phone, well, then I'm briefly distracted from my pain. When have you ever heard somebody say that, child or adult? Never. I have counseled thousands of adults, and they can't say what I just said. We adults do not understand why we're in pain. How would a kid? Usually not even that we're in pain. We don't know that. How are you doing? Okay. When we're really deeply unhappy. We say okay because, well, it's normal. No wonder we feel vaguely dissatisfied so much of the time, like something is just missing. If we can't describe our pain, what chance do our children have? Why can we and our children not describe our pain? If the pain is the emotional water that you've swum in from birth, even though it's polluted water, if it's the air you've always breathed, even though it's toxic, you don't know anything else. So how do you describe it? Ask a fish, well, how do you like living in water? Assuming we could have a conversation with a fish. Disney people tell us we can. How do you like swimming in water? What else is there? And that's how we are with our pain. If any condition is all you've ever known yourself, and if it's all you've seen in other people too, then it becomes normal, and that's death. Because if it's normal, you don't notice it anymore, not consciously, but it keeps hurting you over and over. Do you see the death in that? You don't see it, but it keeps hurting you, and then eventually kills you. It's like having a brain tumor, but it doesn't cause any pain. So you don't do anything about it, or it causes a small amount of pain, but you get used to it. And so then eventually you die because, well, it just wasn't all that remarkable. And that's what happens in our emotional lives. People who harm themselves are always in emotional pain. No exceptions. In fact, amongst all the diagnoses, like I talked about, in the standard book that lists mental health disorders, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, it's just called the DSM, and then the edition, they say DSM-4 or 5, and I think we're on 5, but I can't remember. The one that's used by everybody in the mental health field. People who cut themselves succeed in killing themselves more than any other group. This isn't just some kind of acting out. It's a desire to end all their pain, to be dead. Ironically, cutters don't kill themselves by cutting. I alluded to this earlier. They use pills or hang themselves, but the cutting is a scream of pain, not infrequently a scream just short of the ultimate relief, which is to be dead. The cutting or the hair pulling or the whatever is a way for them to scream like, I want to be dead, when they don't know how to physically scream their pain or use words to describe it. Another benefit of cutting. Cutting can decrease the confusion of life's pain. Adults commonly come to me and they say, I don't understand. I'm miserable, I know that. I feel alone, I'm depressed, I'm in pain, but I wasn't like abused as a child. I wasn't, I'm not being hit by my husband now. There's nothing I can point to. I wasn't raised in a civil war. So why am I so unhappy all the time? The absence of real love is so common that we don't recognize it as the cause of virtually all emotional pain. It's become, again, normal. The air we breathe. It's not dramatic, just a sigh, disappointment, quiet neglect, irritation that is supposedly justified by a mistake. These are the things that cause our pain or caused our pain as little children. So how could something we've lived with all of our lives, like a simple sigh, or just a parent turning away and saying, I'm busy right now. How could something so small, something that we've lived with all of our lives, how could that be the cause of our misery as adults? That's how our reasoning goes. Really. I've been through this with thousands of people. Like people miles down, pay attention to this metaphor. Like people who live miles down from an industrial plant, dying of cancer while their kids bounce on trampolines and blow up balloons for their birthdays and ride their bikes. There's nobody who's bouncing on the trampoline and eating a birthday cake who's going, I'm being killed by the plant, a mile up the road. How could they be dying while everything is normal? Because nobody sees the cause. They don't see the pollution in the water and in the air. And yet there are cases where, wow, lots of people have died from such situations, from things that were happening that nobody saw. Well, it's the same with us, all of us. We don't see the cause of the pain we're in. We adults don't. All children don't. Specifically, since we're on the subject, cutters don't. So quite unconsciously, cutting can eliminate the confusion that cutters always live in. You'll have to listen slowly to get this. It's a little subtle. The child is in emotional pain, severe emotional pain, as most of us are, but doesn't know it and can't express it. But they know that they're in pain unconsciously. Something's wrong. And they learn, usually accidentally in the beginning. I know a girl who, the first time that she cut herself, I can't remember if it was a knife or scissors or a blade, who cares? But the first time she cut herself, she went, oh, that's why I'm in pain. She wasn't confused anymore. And she was excited that she had invented cutting. No kidding. She thought she was the first person. She'd always known she was in pain, but now, at least for a moment, she could see her pain. She could never see it before. It was the water she swam in. It makes sense. At least she is less confused by her pain, a condition that she can't even identify. It's a desperation to understand. It's a scream. Confusion always makes pain worse. Half the time I don't tell this story right, but I'm going to give it a shot. So the guy goes out in the woods and he runs across an old cabin in the mountains of wherever, Arkansas or North Georgia or whatever. And he sees a guy rocking on the porch, and sitting next to the guy in the rocking chair, there's a dog just howling, just making a racket. And the man was trying to talk to the guy who was rocking on the porch, and he finally had to stop the conversation because this dog was making so much noise. And he said, why is your dog howling? And the guy said, he's sitting on a tack, a little nail. And the guy visiting said, well, why is he doing that? The guy rocking in the chair said, I don't know, but I guess he'll quit when he gets tired of it. The guy who was visiting the guy in the rocking chair was confused by the racket, which made the racket even worse. It was easier for him to understand what the racket was about when he understood what the dog was sitting on. More importantly, we are the dog. We're sitting on a tack. We don't know we're sitting on a tack, but we're in pain all the time. And all we need is somebody to come along and say, you're sitting on a tack. Would you like to get off it? And let me show you how, because I've done it myself. And by this time, of course, we've embedded the tack and we're infected and near dead. It's bad enough to be in pain. It's worse not to know why we're in pain. So even though this physical expression, cutting, doesn't obviously decrease the real causes of the emotional pain, it doesn't fill you up, for example, it does decrease temporarily the confusion, which makes pain worse. So secondarily, cutting can actually make the emotional pain better. I know, weird, huh? Complicated, but not to a cutter. I know a lady who used to bang her head on the floor because it made less noise. If you bang your head on the wall, everybody in the house hears it. And she told me that she felt better when she was banging her head on the floor, because at least she knew why she was in pain. While she was feeling the pain of her head hitting the floor, her emotional pain became less noticeable. If you have a hangnail and it's hurting you just a little bit, and I stab you in the leg with a fork, we've used that example before, and twist the fork, you're going to forget completely about the hangnail. Another reason to use self-harming, sometimes called self-mutilating, it distracts them, the people who do it, from their emotional pain. Distracts, which is a form of relief. Their emotional pain is unbearable, and in the moment they're cutting, they have an intense focus on their cutting. It physically hurts, and in those few moments, everything else disappears. I kind of alluded to that earlier. Any distraction from pain is welcome, even if it's another form of pain. If the distraction is not pain, well, that's great too, like playing video games, porn, alcohol, drugs. At least they don't hurt in the short term. It's easy to illustrate the concept of distraction for yourself. And I did it earlier when I said you're in a little bit of physical pain, I stab you in the leg with a fork, you forget about it. It also works with emotional pain. Your financial situation, your marriage, your job, whatever, I stab you in the leg with a fork and twist it violently, and for a minute, just for a few moments, you've got no other problems in the world, which is, well, kind of nice for a minute. Your focus is on the fork in your leg, so the other pains go away. That's what distraction means. Cutting and picking of sores and the others that I named can have that effect. It's a distraction. And when we're in pain, we'll do anything to distract ourselves from it or relieve it. Then we have the relationship between cutting and the getting and protecting behaviors, which we're all quite familiar with. Which of the getting and protecting behaviors is involved in cutting? Well, maybe lying, because they believe their pain is the cutting for a moment. But their real pain is far deeper, so that's a self-deception. That's a lie. But it's also usually a dark secret that they keep from you, their parents. Parents rarely learn that they have a child who is cutting till the child's been cutting for a year or more. And the child gets an element of power from lying and hiding this thing from their parents, from you. Acting like a victim, a little bit. People who feel victimized feel justified in doing just about anything, like cutting themselves. Running from pain, sure. But again, this is not conscious on their part. Cutting is a way to feel alive in an otherwise dead world. Oh, please let me repeat that for pretty much every behavior that we use. People who use video games constantly can't be away from their iPhone, for example. Clearly, the world isn't interesting to them enough or isn't rewarding to them enough, so they have to go and hide in this other world. It makes them feel more alive. I know a man who says, I only feel alive when I'm playing a video game. The real world just seems like a dead place. And if there are enough people who don't feel unconditionally loved in the real world, well, then he's really kind of right, isn't he? The water is that polluted. So he goes to an unreal world so he can feel alive in an otherwise dead world, which is what cutters do. Notice how I'm relating cutting to every other behavior. It's all the same stuff. These kids are in so much pain that there is no joy. Translate, without joy, they feel dead or they want to be. They're utterly alone. In the moments they cut, Yeah, they feel pretty alive. Try it sometime just for, I don't want you to start a pattern of cutting, but well, you've accidentally cut yourself. You feel pretty alive then. You don't like it. But remember, cutters feel pretty dead and alone. And for a second, they feel really alive. Their nerves are sending impulses to their brain like crazy. They're focused mentally, visually. There's color to look at. There's tangible pain. They feel alive. And that beats the feeling of absolutely nothing. Again, not just about cutting. It's the same with video games and phone addiction and drugs and anger. They all produce feeling. We want to feel. Look how often young kids say to their parents, especially if they're away from all their devices, you're out camping, you're in the car. See, we now carry with us forms of addiction everywhere we go. So on the backs of the parents' seats in a car are movies that the kids can be watching. They carry their phones with them. When they go camping, they have access to cell towers. They're never away from some form of entertainment. But put your children in a situation where none of those forms of entertainment are involved and they just have to be creative. What do they say? I'm so bored. I don't have anything to do. They want to feel. They want to feel alive. They want to be doing something that's interesting. I know a family where they had a 23-year-old boy living with them. He had completely fooled his parents into believing that he couldn't find a job, 23 years old, not mentally or physically handicapped in any way, just living in the basement at 23. And he was living with his parents, and he had fooled them into believing he couldn't find a job and that school just wasn't for him. These are pretty gullible parents, but most of us are. So he lived at home with the responsibility of a 4-year-old, at most. But what produces happiness? Feeling loved, being loving, and being responsible. He had none of that. He didn't feel unconditionally loved by anybody. He actually didn't know anybody except occasionally passing by his parents as he went through the kitchen. He certainly wasn't loving. He'd never been taught that, and he wasn't responsible for anything. His mother picked up his clothes. His mother picked up his garbage. His mother made his bed. I'm surprised he took showers by himself. He had none of that, so he felt dead. Even though he was getting what he thought he wanted, which was no responsibility, no job, no nothing, he just felt dead. There was no joy. So although he wasn't a cutter, he used porn, constant, all the time, alcohol, video games. He switched back and forth between porn and video games pretty much, 16, 14 hours a day because he always got a good night's sleep. And his phone, he just lived on devices. He was utterly addicted. So I instructed the parents in how to begin the steps to help him find the feeling of being loved, how to teach him to be loving, and how to teach him to be responsible. And one of the first steps was no phone. So they just said, hand me your phone. And he refused. So they waited till he was asleep and went in and took his phone that was tucked into his underwear so nobody would take it. And they took his phone, and when he got up in the morning and demanded his phone back and he didn't get his phone, this 23-year-old, I'd say man, but not really, just only physically, curled up into a ball on the floor, a ball like a hedgehog, and sucked his thumb and cried for 3 hours. And all of this was created by his parents being nice to him, by his parents doing what many parents were fooled by. They thought that they were being loving. He said, I just can't take the stress of having a job and having to get up and having to blah, blah, blah. And the parents went, well, maybe he needs some time. Well, he'd been out of high school for 5 years? How much time do you need? He said he couldn't live without it. And he sat and sucked his thumb and cried for hours. As with Cutters, his phone was a way to feel alive in an otherwise dead world. See how so far everything I've said about Cutters applies to you and your child. Everything. So I repeat, I'm talking about you, talking about your child, whatever form of pain relief they use. Back to cutting. Cutting creates the illusion of power or self-mastery. We like to feel powerful. Or another way of saying powerful is less helpless. Same thing. Children who don't feel loved have nothing of value. It doesn't matter how much they have in the way of housing, phones, wealth, vehicles, toys, vacation, clothes, and on and on and on. In fact, wealthy children tend to self-harm more than the poorer ones. When you have nothing and you've tried everything, you feel helpless. When you're not loved, every instruction or piece of advice or directive from parents or teachers or whoever becomes a controlling, unbearable prison or set of chains. That condition is intolerable. And some kids learn that by cutting or hurting themselves, they are briefly in control. They're the boss. They're holding the knife. They get to determine how deep, how long, how whatever. Every cut is being made by them, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. They lock the door and they cut themselves. What getting and protecting behaviors are involved? Well, attacking. They attack themselves. Cutters attack their parents because every cut says, I hate you. One girl told me these exact words. I hate you, she said, as she pointed to her cuts, and her parents were in the room, and here's the visible proof, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Well, that's some power, all right. Long term doesn't very effective, but in the short term it does. And there's always lying. They hide it, for one thing. If the cuts are on the arms, they use long sleeves. If it's on their legs, long-legged pants or shorts. Sometimes they can wear shorts because they make the cuts really high, sometimes even including the groin. What imitation love do kids get from this particular reward of cutting, from lying? To create the illusion of power or self-mastery. It's kind of self-evident. They create the illusion of power, self-mastery, and safety. But it's only an illusion. Sounds nuts. I mean, yeah, the decisions that we make in pain are insane. Cutting yourself for power so that you feel less helpless sounds ridiculous, but if it's all you have, you do it. Much like, I want you to notice how all these behaviors weave together, and I didn't even list this in the big 7, like bulimics. It's commonly believed that bulimia is about self-image, about being thinner, more like the models on the covers of magazines. But I've known a lot of bulimics, and I've known a lot of psychologists who've treated them, and it's more about control. They don't have control over anything else in their lives, but they can control throwing up or not eating. Not a very real sense of control, and it doesn't last, but it's better than having absolutely nothing. While they're bulimic, while they're not eating, they're the boss, and they like it, because otherwise in their lives they feel helpless. And the problem with the illusion is that it seems real, and the kids get their hopes up, so that then when the safety and power don't last, the safety and power that they really enjoy temporarily, they are crushed, and then they become depressed or kill themselves. Another benefit. Cutting imitates the pain inflicted by the original real trauma. That's going to require some explanation. Almost seems ridiculous. That's like yesterday I touched a hot stove, the original trauma, and burned myself. Today I think I'll put my hand in the fire. Sounds a little absurd. So that I repeat the trauma. Kind of. But the original trauma here is a child's entire lifetime of experiencing the pain of living in a vacuum without love. It's unbearable. But it becomes familiar to them. They don't become entirely used to it, though. It's familiar, but you can't get used to pain. It always hurts. But we learn to react to it or hide it or bury it so deep that it's almost gone. But no matter how deep you bury pain, it just works away at you from the inside. It affects everything you do, even though you don't recognize the pain itself. I've compared not feeling love to living like fish out of water, or to living in a vacuum, or to drowning. Here's another metaphor, because we couldn't get too much of it learning about pain in our kids. Living without love is like living in a cave, so deep that there's no light. Very few people have been in a cave that deep. And in this cave, it's all you know. It's the only place you've ever lived. You've never had enough love, which is like living in a cave. Everybody around you is living in the cave. So the cave becomes the world. There is no other world, just the cave. It changes you living under conditions like that. You believe the lie that the cave is the world. You bang around in the dark, bumping into rock walls and into other people. It becomes normal. This idea of the cave becoming normal is such an old one that Plato wrote a metaphor about it. So a child cuts herself because, well, it seems normal. It's familiar. It's pain. She's been in pain and darkness all of her life, and so cutting herself is just not all that different. It recreates the pain she finds everywhere. It actually seems to fit in. Much like a child who is repeatedly, regularly sexually abused will sometimes become actually promiscuous, sexually hyperactive, used by people, just like she was as a child, exactly what you would think she'd avoid, because it's familiar. She knows how it goes. She knows the rules. She's not lost. She has a measure of control, and cutting recreates the familiarity of pain. There's a kind of comfort and control to that. Cutting also gets attention that the cutter otherwise might not get or know how to ask for. These children in pain feel so unbearably alone. The feeling is chronic and debilitating. Studies now show that feeling alone is just feeling alone, listen slow, is a health risk in the same class, in other words, as dangerous as smoking. What did I just tell you? Everything we've been talking about is so important that if we don't get it, we die, not just emotionally, but physically, because every single person who doesn't have enough unconditional love in their lives feels alone. And it's as physically harmful as smoking. Who would have known? We can't stand it. So these self-harmers will take any kind of attention from anybody. If they can't get unconditional love, they'll get sympathy or even anger because they've cut themselves again, proving again that kids would rather be yelled at than ignored. And cutters often do get yelled at. They often get sympathy. They get taken to the emergency room if they cut themselves deeply enough. And people issue them stern warnings, and they put them in psychiatric wards for days at a time. It's all attention. Not positive attention, but it's better than the nothing that the kid normally has. It's better than living alone in the cave. So they get sympathy, concern, irritation from their parents over and over, doctor's visits, hospitalizations, but again, better than the cave. Cutting is also an act of self-blame or self-punishment, which creates emotion where there wasn't any. We've talked about how children hear the message of I don't love you if we, as parents, are angry, if we're habitually quiet or withdrawn, if we criticize, and on and on. We can tell our children I don't love you in so many ways. Anything unloving is traumatic to a child, not a little, but very. And when we parents are unkind, do we ever say to a child, that was entirely my fault? When we're unkind to a child, I've never heard a parent say that. That was entirely my fault. I didn't feel loved myself, so I took my pain out on you. You are not to blame for my behavior. I was wrong. You ever hear a parent say that? Do you ever say that? I've never heard a parent say that who wasn't already possessed of an understanding of real love. No, parents don't say that. So what does a child hear every time we're angry? We don't say it's our fault. They hear not only that we don't love them, but it must be their fault. And with our fingers and our tone and our eyebrows and our posture and everything, we tell them that. I'm just so angry or disappointed or whatever because of you. It's your fault. So when they cut, they viciously are attacking themselves. Some cutters. This is just one benefit and one reason. It's one of the getting and protecting behaviors, to attack themselves, just like they've been attacked by others. They do what they know, attacking and blaming. What imitation love do they get? Mostly power. They're in control of the blaming. Not parents, not anybody else. They're in control. Bizarre, but so are all of our behaviors in pain. And some safety. Maybe if they blame themselves and punish themselves enough, other people won't. This isn't conscious, but I promise you that it's happening in their heads unconsciously. Sometimes with help. They later see the safety part of this, and then they light up and go, oh, I get it. I was doing that so other people couldn't blame me because I'd already blamed myself, and they were feeling sorry for me because I had cuts all over my arms. I get it. But they don't get it at the time. Cutting is also an expression of anger, which is a very stimulating, enlivening emotion. Children in pain feel helpless. All children. Cutting, or any of the other behaviors we've talked about, can be an expression of anger at the world. Not just their parents, but the world has let them down. These little babies were born with the hope that it was going to be just light and love and sweet and warm and cuddly and fuzzy. They were born entitled to that, to love and happiness. Divinely entitled, if you like. When that doesn't happen, they just know. Deep in their inner souls, they know something's wrong, deadly wrong. And finally, many of them explode in anger. And with cutters, it's at themselves. Some kids cut themselves as an expression of anger at their parents. But it's just a reactive explosion. It's the getting and protecting behavior of anger, a little bit of lying, feeling victimized, and for a moment there's even some pleasure of excitement and power. All crazy, but pain does make us insane. Lastly, cutting can be a cry for real help. Sometimes self-harming is a screaming plea for somebody to help. They hope their parents, instead of hiding, like many cutters do, some hope their parents will notice the last fresh cut just below their shirt sleeve or pair of shorts. It's like, please, please notice me and help me. You haven't before. I feel hopeless, but would you please notice me? And there's a parenthesis in there. notice me more than just take me to the psychiatrist or the hospital or wherever. It's heartbreaking. So, wow. All told, that's a lot that a child can get from self-harming. And sometimes it continues into adulthood. Some kids use being hyperactive sexually as a form of self-harming, being used by man after man, it's usually women who do this, as a form of self-abuse because they're exposing themselves to what they know is abusive. It's the only world they know. And this one, sex, can continue for a very long time. Now, as a result of our talking about cutting, you understand your child better, whether you're the parent of a cutter or not. Much better. We've talked a lot about how children respond to pain. And when we understand that, instead of being irritated and impatient with them, we become compassionate, just as in the drowning story. Including you parents whose children don't self-harm, or so you think. Just because they're not cutting or obviously injuring their bodies does not mean they're not self-harming, as I've talked about a lot. Look at all the other ways that we've talked about for a child to act out. Anger, arguing, being difficult, ADHD, depression, withdrawal, suicide, addictions. I said earlier that these are all forms of self-harming. So everything that we've said about cutting would apply to these things. Pretty much. They're just variations on self-harming. Are any of them productive? Are they helpful? Do they lead to a happy, loving, and responsible life or child? Better relationships? No, in fact, a resounding no. And who chooses all these behaviors? Our children do. And it hurts them. So they're all forms of self-harming. So if you want to see your child in everything that we said about self-harming or cutting, go back to the beginning of the section and go through it again. It's really worth doing. All of these things interrelate. All of the ways that children are unhappy are related to the other ways. And I don't know any child who just does one of them. They all use multiple behaviors that hurt them. So I'm talking all the time about all of them. In subsequent chapters, we will be talking about how you can learn to respond to these behaviors. So far, we've been talking mostly about how they hurt our children. We have used a number of examples of how to respond to children using these behaviors up to this point, in every chapter, in fact, up to this point. Clear back in chapter 0, we talked about how to respond, if you remember, to whining. But with each succeeding chapter, we're going to talk more about how to respond, often utterly transforming your child, your family, and you. Now, I promised that we would talk about the other common childhood behavior problems, and so we will, like right now. For example, and I'm going to put two of them together. One is lack of responsibility. And some examples of that are like a child who fails in school. I don't mean a child who's somehow intellectually challenged. I mean, this is a smart kid and they just don't turn in their homework assignments and they don't study for tests, and often they just don't care. So they're not responsible when it comes to school. Rarely is a child just irresponsible about school. Just like with all the different behaviors, they're all related and most children use quite a few of them. So they tend to be not doing well at school. They tend to refuse to do chores. Even if they do their chores and they resist you and complain and whine about doing the chores, that's no different from not doing them at all. So we're going to talk about a lack of being responsible. Responsible people don't do any of those things. They don't fail to turn in their assignments. They don't leave their homework at home. They don't refuse chores. They don't not do their chores at all. They don't resist you. And then we're going to talk about withdrawal from the family and depression and how those play into lack of responsibility. I'm not going to separate them because they're fairly closely related, although possibly not at first blush. Let me explain. You've heard what I'm about to say before, but it's critical to remember this at every step of understanding your child and eliminating unloving problems that arise. Remember, your child is at the place he or she is because of what you didn't know as a parent, what I didn't know as a parent. Principles that not only did we not know, not read in a book, but we've never seen people do. So you're going to see me repeat some things because they're critical. They have to become part of our warp and woof of the tapestry that's woven in our mind. They have to become part of our soul. We really have to get them. Or when it comes to the practical application of these principles to how to eliminate some of the behaviors that are causing problems for our kids and for us, we're not going to be able to do it. Got to get the basics. So more than anything else, you heard it before, with the possible exceptions of food, water, and air, our children must have unconditional love. It's not nice if they have it. It's not dessert. No, it's an essential. But they're not consciously aware of this. No child walks around thinking, man, just got to have me some more love. It's just more food, more entertainment. I'm bored. Got to talk to my friends, but they're not aware that they need love. And they can't articulate it. So when they're starving for real love, they first experience discomfort, pain. What's the difference? And then they respond to the pain. Like pain, boom. So it's an immediate reaction, not a choice. And because we don't know what they need either, we don't know what to do. Or worse, we think we do. And we respond to their behaviors by trying to control the behaviors. Oh, and that makes everything worse because we're unloving as we do it. And controlling, by definition, is a way of exercising power over our kids and telling them they don't get to choose, and they pretty much hate that. This is all very discouraging to a child. Here they have this profound need. It's not being satisfied. They don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. We make it worse. It's a spiral that many people never recover from. From birth, they have an inner sense, really, an inner expectation that they will be loved. It's like a divine right that they can feel, but they don't know how to say. When this expectation is not fulfilled, when this implied promise is broken, the disappointment is beyond words. It's devastating. Studies have demonstrated that we hate loss. We hate losing things. There was an old sportscaster that said losing feels worse than winning feels good. Losing, broken promises, and pain are far more memorable and have a greater effect than positive experiences of relatively equal number. A study was done, for example, that people would rather be given $10 by a lot than to be given $20 and then be required to return $10. The result's the same, $10 either way, but we hate having something taken from us, like as in it makes our blood boil. Many other studies have been done in social psychology that prove the effects of disappointment. If people are promised a certain reward for a task or other behavior, and the reward is less than the promise, there's a loss of trust, there's a loss of connection, So this is a social psychology experiment, but listen to this as it applies to you and your children. Loss of trust, loss of connection, and a loss of desire to try again in such a situation. In other words, we just give up. It's not a little thing to have something taken from us, which is what I've been saying all along. In the beginning of their lives, most children work very hard to please us. They really do. Why would they? Because the closest thing to genuine love that they know is the smiles and the gentle voices that we use when they do please us. So they work really hard at it. But when they make messes and fight with their siblings and make too much noise, our, what we call love, disappears, loss, which is what we were talking about, and the loss and disappointment are genuinely traumatic. This trauma of simply being disappointed, losing their dreams of being loved, that's enough to explain what I see in adults who wonder why their lives are a wreck without any previous history during childhood or since of obvious abuse. I've asked them, well, because they've come and they've said, I was never abused, nobody yelled at me, nobody hit me, and yet this is my 4th marriage and 10th job, and I'm miserable, and I'm addicted to cigarettes and drugs. And I said, well, so how did your parents, well, first thing I asked them, what's your relationship with your parents? What was it like when you were a child? Oh, it was great. Most people say that because that they're supposed to. And they say it because their parents taught them it was great. Their parents defined great. So the kid goes, it was great. They're serious. So I go a step further and say, how did they act when you made mistakes? I can still remember the day, it was 20 years ago, when one man said to me for the first time, I've heard it many times since then, how did they act when you made mistakes? Oh, he said, I wouldn't have dared. So here's a man who just said, my relationship with my parents was great, but I wouldn't have dared to make a mistake. Seeing the problem yet? So he did know what would have happened had he made a mistake. He got because little kids make mistakes. He did get the disapproval when he was young, and he buried it deep, and he saw how his parents responded with disapproval to other people, possibly his siblings, when they made mistakes. So even though he strived really hard not to make mistakes, and I remember he was a bit of a perfectionist and quite successful, he knew what would happen if he did. And just knowing that if you make a certain mistake, like, for example, let's say that I know how to play a piano piece, and I know how to play it pretty well. But my teacher says, please play Beethoven or Chopin's Prelude number 15, which I happen to enjoy. And I go, piece of cake. Oh, he said, oh, except let me tell you, if you make a mistake, I've hired this big guy here behind you who was twice my size, and he's going to punch you in the face if you make a mistake. Well, I'm suddenly fairly tense. This is fairly understandable. I play this piece well. I can play the piece without making a mistake. But we're describing the state of mind of this guy who said, I wouldn't have dared make one, because he knew that if he did, he was going to get disapproval, and it left him afraid all the time. Just as I would be afraid to play this piece, which I actually like. Or if people continue to deny to me that there was any disappointment when they were kids, which is fairly possible. I remember one day, many years ago, again with a woman, she said, no, my parents were just fine when I made mistakes. They didn't yell at me. They didn't. So I reached out and I touched her shoulder and I said, I said or did this. As I shook my head, I just sighed. And she burst into tears. So apparently her parents didn't yell at her. But with more questions, it turns out they criticized her a lot. And they made that sound of disappointment a whole lot. In short, if we are kind to our children 9 out of 10 times, overall, they'll remember most the one unkind time, because pain and disappointment and loss are so memorable. So they may bury it, but it will always be there, influencing the next time an opportunity comes up to take a chance and possibly receive disapproval. That past pain will be back there just screaming at them. And it may come out in a number of ways. For example, that past pain may make them just shut down, may make them play it safe and not make choices. So they don't take difficult courses in school. They don't take responsibility because they're afraid to fail. They don't ever do anything new because they might do it wrong. They might play it safe. They might not play it safe, but act like a victim every time they make a mistake. They might withdraw and stay in their room. They might become depressed. They might become cutters. They might become angry all the time, which will tend, the reason to get angry is one of the best defenses is a great offense. So by them being angry, they push you away and your possible disapproval before you can even get it. They might play video games instead of playing real life. There are so many ways that they can respond to pain that they don't even know is there, and you don't know is there. So here they are reacting to something they don't know about, you don't know about. So what do you think the odds are that somebody's going to handle all this whole situation well? Life. Not good. This disappointment for a child, not getting loved, trying so hard to please, and then failing, shattering. It literally hurts. And yet, they keep trying to please us for a while, most of them. Eventually, though, they usually give up. Even animals do, which is proven in experiments that we'll be talking about shortly. Children feel disappointed, betrayed, and, possibly worse, utterly helpless to do anything about it. We hate feeling helpless to the point where it can make us lose our minds. A number of psychologists believe that if we learn from traumatic experiences to feel that we are helpless, this perceived lack of control can lead to depression and other mental illnesses. Did you hear that? Simply not being loved, which is a traumatic experience, one that we can't control, which means we're helpless, can lead to depression and mental illness. We can make our children mentally ill. Was that direct enough? Kind of scary, isn't it? 2 psychologists performed an experiment where they took 2 groups of dogs. They probably wouldn't have gotten permission to do this with little children. They took 2 groups of dogs. In fact, in today's atmosphere, you probably couldn't do this with dogs. And they put them in harnesses and in cages, and the cages were metal, and so they would subject them through the metal of the cages to electric shocks. Not enough to, kill them and not enough to cripple them, but enough to hurt. Group 1 learned that they could end the shock by pressing a lever, while Group 2 didn't have a lever. The shocks would just end randomly. The dogs couldn't stop them. The dogs in Group 2 who felt helpless, who couldn't stop the shocks, exhibited symptoms similar to clinical depression in humans. They just laid down and gave up. In a later experiment, both groups were shocked again. Remember, we have group 1 and group 2. And to escape the shocks, they only had to jump over a low, I saw a picture of it, it appeared to be like this, which not hard, not tough for a dog. They could almost roll over it, over a low, easy wire wall that separated them from freedom. So all the dogs were shocked, and all the dogs could escape over this low wall. The dogs from the previous group 1, where they learned that they could control the shock with the lever, well, a lever has nothing to do with a wall. What they'd learned was they had control over the pain. The group 1 dogs quickly learned they could just jump right out of harm's way, and they just jumped out of the cage. But most of the dogs in group 2, the ones who were previously trained to feel helpless, simply lay down passively and whimpered. Ugh, it kind of breaks your heart, as many children do. What's the difference between a dog laying down and whimpering when they're in pain, when there's a way out, and a child sitting in the bathroom alone and cutting herself? Or a kid who's in pain and has no way out and so spends all of his day playing video games. What's the difference? There isn't one. They're both helpless, and they're both dealing with their pain the best they can in a way that can't work. So group 2 just lay down and whimpered and let the shocks continue. And that's what our children do, because they don't know what to do with the pain, because they don't know the cause. It's not intentional on our part, but most children are in pain because of the unconditional love they don't receive consistently from us, and they feel completely helpless to do anything about it. Helpless, terrible word. Just like the dogs who lay down and whimpered at being shocked. Children who are in pain and feel helpless to do anything about it often just give up. Remember those words, just give up, because there are clinical words that say the same thing. There are many ways to demonstrate giving up, but we'll talk about just 2. The 2 childhood problems that I started off with just a little bit ago, possibly too long ago, because I tend to think in long parentheses. 2 of the problems in that long list of 7 problematic behaviors for children, the 2 I mentioned were lack of responsibility. You could call it being irresponsible. That'd be another way to say it. Failing in school, refusing chores, resisting you. Or depression or withdrawal from the family and from life. If you withdraw far enough from life, then they call that suicide. So, irresponsible and withdrawal. And we're going to kind of include depression in that, because depression's just a form of withdrawal. Now, imagine this scenario. You're part of a group, and all your sense of worth and love comes from that group. You're in a gang, whatever, a family. You're in a group, and the way they think of you determines who you are and makes you feel worthwhile and loved. But they reject all attempts you make to be part of them and to receive their love. So they're the source of all of your love, but they reject all attempts you make to get any. How would you feel? Well, this isn't hard. Initially, you would feel disappointed, and then discouraged, and then deeply depressed. Guaranteed that you would. You're not getting the one thing in life worth living for, love. That's depressing. And eventually you would give up, because the rejection is just too discouraging to keep experiencing. So you become despondent, like the dog lying in the bottom of the cage. You would likely then withdraw from the group, as children do from their families. At least if you withdraw, you don't have to go through the discouragement of the repeated efforts to be accepted, only followed by rejection. In the case of children, that group they depend on for all their love and sense of worth, obviously, is the family. It's us. They try to please. They depend on us, so they try harder and harder. But the disappointment and criticism become overwhelming. Even being rejected 10% of the time can do that. Remember we talked about that? 1 out of 10 is too much. Most kids are rejected 9 out of 10 times or more. So of course they give up. It is better in their minds, better in the mind of a dog, better in the mind of a child, to be alone than to be with people who constantly tell you there's something wrong with you. So they withdraw from the family. They spend, listen to the symptoms, because this is many of your kids. They spend their time not with the family, they spend their time alone in their room. Doesn't matter what they're doing in there. They're separated from the family. The door is shut all the time, and I hear this complaint often. Well, he just goes up to his room and shuts the door. This is not a good sign, shutting the door. They're shutting you out. They're withdrawing from you because you're painful. That's no fun to hear as a parent, but why else would they? If they enjoyed being around you, they wouldn't go up to their room and shut the door. So they spend time alone in their room. They show no interest in being with the family. Eventually, they show no interest in life, but they have to do something to address their pain. So they, again, go to their room. They play music with headphones on or earbuds. In fact, many kids are never seen without earbuds on their heads. Then they don't have to listen to anybody who talks to them. Or they watch videos or play video games or whatever. Do you hear how I'm lumping? I said we were going to talk about withdrawal and lack of responsibility, but listen to what I'm bringing in as examples of withdrawing and lack of responsibility. All the other behaviors in the list. Addictions, video games, porn, all these things are ways of withdrawing. In severe cases, they detach from life completely. They're depressed, they can't move, they stay in the room, and they sleep. That's what children do, who detach, who get depressed, who have no sense of worth. What about a lack of, change of subject here, sort of. What about a lack of responsibility in children? This brings us back to those dogs in group B, where they were taught to be helpless. They didn't have a button or a lever, or some people pronounce it lever, to stop the pain. So they felt helpless. They wouldn't even move. We can't stand, dogs can't either, to be out of control, to be helpless. So what if the dogs in group B were, let's say, working dogs? Dogs that actually were bred for this. They love the responsibility of pulling a sled or leading the blind or fetching a duck from a lake or a marsh. That's what working dogs were bred for. And you say, go work. I had a friend where I decided I could wear this golden retriever out by throwing a tennis ball as far as I could. The dog would retrieve it and come back. And my friend finally said, you thought you could wear him out. I said, I really did, because I only have to go like this. And the dog had to go running off, to wherever. This dog was bred to love the responsibility of retrieving things. But what if you put a retriever in group B of dogs and then threw the ball? He'd just lie there in the cage, being shocked and giving up, whimpering, even though what he really likes to do is available. He wouldn't feel any sense of responsibility for his usual job, even though he did before, even though they're bred to be responsible or working dogs. Now we have an easy explanation, easy metaphor to explain why children withdraw, get depressed, and fail to be responsible. Pain and helplessness trump everything else in the short term. And it's the same with our children. When our children are in pain, they don't care about anything but the reduction of the pain, just like anybody else, because pain trumps everything. You want a child, this is a statement, you want a child, as most parents do, who is in pain and frustration and screaming with futility to be responsible. We do. Well, how come you're not more responsible when the kid's clearly unhappy in every aspect of his life? Are you kidding with that expectation? What we fail to remember is that at a younger age, they did try being responsible early in life. They did try to please us. And did it make them happy long term? No, because there was that possibly initially 1 out of 10 times that we were unkind and unloving, but then it turned into 9 times out of 10. We learned to ignore them and find fault and criticize them and neglected them and got angry at them. So they did what the dogs did. They just laid down in their cage and gave up. Responsibility didn't work, or being responsible didn't work. So they moved on to other things to reduce their pain. Rebellion, anger, whining, addictions, anything that would give them some measure of relief. That's the entire explanation of why kids behave badly. I'm not joking. They try the good ways first. They don't work. Certainly don't work consistently. So eventually they go to other things. We wonder why they do that. Because we weren't there to love them. That's it. You have a child. Let's suppose you have a child who feels unloved, and you tell him that his room isn't clean. Really, like telling the dog in the bottom of the cage in group B, you haven't tidied up your cage. He's feeling, your child, usually not consciously thinking, but feeling, are you joking? Here I am feeling like death, and you're telling me that my room isn't clean. I'm barely making it through the day. My life is an endless round of disappointment and pain, and you want me to clean my room? For what? I tried that once. In fact, I tried it a bunch of times with you. I tried being responsible a bunch of times. It never got me anything, except to maybe slightly decrease the nagging. I used to keep my room clean and otherwise try to please you, but the rewards were negligible. Sometimes none at all. So I gave up. Why try? I'm not exaggerating. Our kids may not be able to write all that out. They may not be able to articulate all of it. But as they get older, they articulate it to me. They articulate it to me when they're teenagers. They articulate it to me when they're 40 and they remember how it felt to be nagged to clean their room when there was really no reward. When there was no reason to be alive. So a child has no reason to be alive, and you ask him if his room is clean. He doesn't care. He doesn't care because you taught him not to care. And then we nag them and we make them care even less. It is insane for us, on our part, to expect a child in sufficient pain to be responsible. It's nuts. Oh, but that doesn't stop us. We don't give up. We nag them. We yell at them. We say, what in the world is wrong with you? Can you imagine saying that to a kid who wonders whether it's worth living? Or how many times have I told you to pick a thing, clean your room, pick up your clothes, do your homework? We tell them they're irresponsible when we're the ones that either never taught them to be or drove out of them any innate gift they might have had in that direction to be responsible. We drove it out of them because we just consistently didn't reward them for it Or we perhaps even negatively rewarded them. Go clean your room. We come in, it's obvious they've cleaned their room for 2 hours, and we find what? One mote of dust. And we make a comment on that. I've seen that happen over and over again with parents. And had children describe that to me over and over again. Children like in from 9 to 59. We get them to the point where they just don't care anymore. Nothing they've ever done has brought them the happiness they want and need, even though they couldn't describe what genuine happiness looks like. So why should they keep doing things that have never worked to get them that happiness? So they quit. In a way, they're pretty smart. They've figured out that doing what they're told to do all day brings some approval, sometimes superficial, fleeting, earned, hard work, brief, but not love and happiness. So continuing to do the same thing and expecting different results is the very definition of insanity. So they are actually smart enough to quit trying to do the same things that have never worked before. And who taught them that they won't work? We do. But then we do the same nagging, criticizing, anger, and more. So who's the stupid one here? Them or us? Tough question, huh? A little embarrassing, actually. First time I considered that question. Let me prove my point with what can happen. I know a man who had a son and a daughter. The man was very unhappy because he didn't have any real love in his own life, hadn't from early childhood. He learned about real love and became much happier himself as he changed his judgments, his perspectives, and as he found love from others, a subject that we talked about in chapter 2. He tried to share real love with his wife, who actually felt threatened by his attempts. After all, he was suddenly behaving bizarrely and changing the rules of their marriage and life in general, and talking about this unconditional love nonsense when she was used to trading, imitation love. So she was so annoyed by it that she left him. That's not unusual, by the way, when people are used to trading in a certain way, when they feel in control, when they feel powerful in their particular trading, and then their partner changes all that. And now trading isn't the rule, it's this loving thing that they don't know anything about. So they tried shared custody, this man and his wife who left him. Very few phrases in the English language that I hate more than shared custody. It just almost always goes badly. And eventually, both children, the son and the daughter, went with the mother. Why? Why would they go with mom? I mean, mom didn't want anything to do with love. And here dad was happier and more loving. Because in the really short term, you can buy a child off pretty easily in the short term, because mom had absolutely no rules in the house, no responsibilities, and bought them things all the time. So they were like pampered little toys or pets. But the early teenage daughter, which is impressive at that age, sensed that there was something wrong with the way her mother was living, something wrong with what she was being taught about life. Her mother told her how her father had victimized all of them and was a terrible person, and yet something was missing from the life of her mother, and she could see that. Happiness. So she could see the difference in the way her mother talked about her father, who was happy. She could see the contradiction. And her mother claiming to be happy, but she was miserable all the time and had to buy off her own children. This is a young teenager who's figuring all this out. So the daughter, Hannah, left her mother to live with her father. Remember, both kids had gone with mom. In the beginning, it was very difficult learning this new way of living, because at her mother's house, she didn't have to do spit, not a thing. No cleaning, no food preparation, no responsibilities around the house, no chores. She was treated like a baby, or in this case, probably more properly, a little princess. And although there certainly are some pleasant aspects of that, being waited on hand and foot, she sensed that she wanted to be more than just a pampered princess, which is not the same as love. She sensed that being pampered was not the same as love, which involves genuine caring about her happiness, and that involves teaching her the principles of life that work. So she went with her father. After about a year with her father, he wrote to me. And he said, Hannah is now 16 and just finished her sophomore year of high school with a perfect grade point average. Now, this is me speaking to him. Good grades alone mean little. I can't count how many smart and accomplished people I know who are miserable, but grades tend to be an indication of at least some sense of responsibility. So let's keep reading. He said, let me tell you how her morning went today, which was not unusual for her for a morning. She needed to get up early to go to the dentist and have a cavity filled. She had made the appointment on her own. Are you hearing responsibility without being forced to? After finding out that she had a cavity at her last checkup. How many kids are that responsible? Well, I have a cavity, so let's set up an appointment to have it fixed soon. The kid did that, not the parent, not the dad. Dad continues. After getting ready, she made herself breakfast, then did her dishes, and then the magical phrase he puts in parentheses, without being asked, she did the dishes. That's very cool. The difference between doing a thing that you know you're supposed to do after being nagged and without being asked is night and day. One is responsible and the other is just duty. Dad continues. She got in her car that she has created a budget for, gas, maintenance, insurance, and she drove herself to the appointment. She had the insurance information with her, and if there's a copay involved, she will pay using her debit card, and then I will reimburse her later. After school, she goes to a job that she got for herself. She applied for it, interviewed, and was hired, all with minimal help from me. At one point, she commented to me how easy the job interview was. I want you to memorize this sentence. It's so cool. She commented to me how easy the job interview seemed because the questions they asked her were about exactly the stuff that we talk about in family meetings all the time. So here's Dad saying, because of the family meetings they had where they read Real Love and Parenting and where they reviewed the principles in ridiculously effective parenting, the kid was prepared for what? Life, which just happened to include job interview in this case. These principles work everywhere. Now, this is just cracking me up because her father had learned to love and teach her, and that was what she needed in order to be happy and responsible, not coddling like her mother did, not nagging or yelling or indulgence or pampering. He continues, if social events come up that she would like to go to, she puts them on a calendar electronically shared with me and then asks me about them at the next meeting. They're already on my calendar. She says, Dad, go to your calendar on this date. Is there any problem with me going to this thing? It's heaven just listening to. Dad continues. At the end of the day, she joins me for supper at 6. And if that time changes for whatever reason, some school event or anything, she texts me to let me know. After that, she'll do whatever chores fall on this particular day for her. Clean the kitchen sink out or whatever. There's a list on the wall. When she fails to do her chores for that day, she simply takes responsibility and talks about it in a family meeting. And you can learn all you want to about family meetings if you look for the 2 entries on family meeting in the book, Real Love and Parenting. He continues, later she'll decide what time she wants to go to bed, depending on how tired she's feeling and what she's planned for the next day. Kill me dead. She decides all this stuff. She decides when to go to bed. Why? Because she's responsible. Why would you tell a responsible child when they need to go to bed? They've figured out that if they want to get these things done tonight, these things done tomorrow, they know how tired, they know how much sleep they're going to need. Poof. So they decide what time to go to bed. You don't have to nag them. You tell them this, and he has told her this probably because I've told him this before too. You tell them, the more responsible you are, the more decisions you get to make. We tend to talk about consequences and teaching kids how not to do something. So if they make a mistake, we teach them how that's going to hurt them, or if they don't listen, we give them a consequence. But we sometimes forget to teach them that there's a reward for living well. If you live well, if you live according to laws that govern happiness, well, then you get to be, this is a kind of a no-brainer, happy. If you live responsibly, then you get to have more privileges and make more decisions. Like, duh. He continues, when I got married and had children, this is how I pictured parenting would be. My anger and disappointment in earlier years before real love guaranteed that it couldn't have occurred, though. I need to look no further for proof of that than my son who's older than my daughter Hannah, and the damage I caused in his life, and how now he knows nothing about responsibility. He's a victim. He relies on his mother to rescue him and save him every day. With love and teaching, I learned to be a great parent. I think it's reasonable that he would call himself a great parent, because he is. I'm a very lucky man. So yeah, both. Great parent, lucky, responsible, loves and teaches, blessed, pick any of those words or all of them. This is what is possible when parents learn how to love and teach. The story of this kid who started off learning about real love when she was, I don't remember what age, 12, 13, and is now 16 years old and is responsible as any adult I know. By the way, Hannah was diagnosed as ADHD since she was age 4. She was on meds for 11 years, and she quit a year ago. Why? Because her father loved and taught her. Remember I told you that the list of all the symptoms for ADHD and the list for all the symptoms of emotional and physical pain are the same, which strongly suggests that there may not be a separate classification called ADHD. It may just be emotional and physical pain. This father proved that in the case of this particular kid. This kid would have gone on to use her ADHD medications all during high school and all during college. And there are colleges, I watched a special the other day, there are colleges where the interviewer asked a bunch of kids, do you know anybody in your classes or your dorm or anywhere who isn't on some sort of stimulant? Ritalin, there's lots of variations now. No, they said. Everybody takes them. And the kids who have prescriptions for them sell them to the kids who don't. So here's a kid who was diagnosed as ADHD, took meds for 11 years from age 4, and once she was loved and taught, all those symptoms just disappeared. She became a responsible and happy child, and so they weaned her off her medication, and she went, I'm much happier like this. How about that? Now, I'm not guaranteeing it's going to happen in every case. For one thing, you have to actually implement these principles, and every kid is different. Children who are loved and taught consistently do learn to be responsible and happy. It's a law. This is routine with parents who are consistent with unconditional love and teaching their children. We know that loving and teaching work. So why would we do anything else? Well, remember this example. It will apply to many problems we have yet to talk about. When I say this example, remember the example of Hannah, who was loved and taught, and her older brother, who wasn't loved and taught. And one was responsible and happy, and the other was miserable and will probably be taken care of by his mother for a very long time. Remember the list of problematic behaviors that we've gone over many times. Loving and teaching, responsibility applies to all of them. So let's go through the individual items on the slide. Even though we've gone over them many times before, we're teaching a different principle here. We're showing how teaching children to be responsible and how loving and teaching them influences all of these. So anger, arguing, difficult, these are the kids who are entitled. They feel entitled to get whatever they want and have no sense of responsibility at all. As you love these children and teach them responsibility, entitlement disappears. And when entitlement disappears, which is another way of saying expectations, so does anger. Non-entitled kids don't get angry. They simply have discussions. Can you imagine that? If your child is consistently angry, your child is entitled. And guess where they learned that? We already talked about ADHD, and I want to just briefly insert a comment here. Hannah went off her medications for ADHD after 11 years of being on them. I didn't make the decision to take her off the drugs. Her father didn't make the decision to take her off the drugs. No, they went to her physician and described how she was doing beautifully and said, why don't we do a trial of not using the drugs? Well, I know almost no physicians who wouldn't agree to a trial of getting off a drug, and they did it, and she went, I'm happier. The doctor went, well, cool, then I won't write a prescription. So consult your physician if you're taking a medication of any kind. Depressed, withdrawn, suicidal. These kids want, it's innate to feel responsible and worthwhile. As you love them and teach them to be responsible, they tend to lose their depression, their withdrawal, and their suicidal thoughts, like strongly tend. And again, many of these kids who are like withdrawn and suicidal may be on antidepressants. That number is becoming just phenomenal, like the numbers for treating ADHD. Love them and teach them, and as they become happier, talk to their physician about a possibility of a trial of weaning them off their antidepressant or whatever they're on. But that's something you have to work out with your individual doctor. Addiction to gaming, smartphones, other electronic devices. For one thing, if you teach them to be responsible, they're going to have less time to play these games. They're going to discover that it's fun to be responsible. No kidding. And as you love them, for some parents, this is impossible to believe. They would rather spend time with you than playing a video game. I'm not kidding. When I'm around children who feel unconditionally loved, I watch them play with their parents. I watch my grandchildren play with me and with their grandmother instead of playing video games. Because it's more fun. It's more connecting. It's more the kind of happiness that their parents have already taught them. The happiness that comes from feeling unconditional love. Same with addiction to alcohol, drugs, or porn, cutting. If they feel responsible and they're making their own choices, they don't feel out of control. There is no self-loathing, so why would they cut themselves? They don't. They quit. It is astonishing how loving and teaching addresses everything. Now, I told you that in later chapters, we would talk about how loving and teaching applies to each of the things in this slide. but we're doing it right now. And we've been doing it all along. There hasn't been a theoretical chapter yet. We've been applying it as we go. And if you go back to the beginning, when you finish this ridiculously effective parenting training, if you go back to the beginning and see the whole thing again, you're going to go, how did I miss that? The answer to my question was right there, but I missed it the first time. Well, of course, the better you get at a thing, the more subtleties you see, the more you learn, the more you see, the more you see. And that's true here. Now let's talk about another one of the problems that children commonly have, one that significantly interrupts their own happiness and that of their families. It's listed in the list of, big 7 problems as 2 of the 7 in that list that we've shown repeatedly on the slide you just saw. But it's actually just one problem with, so follow this, it's one problem with multiple manifestations, and it's also actually a result of multiple things. It's also a result of one thing. It'll become clear the more we talk about it. What I'm talking about is addiction. Addiction to, anything, but if we're going to follow the format of the slide loosely, we're talking about addiction to alcohol, drugs, porn, smartphones, gaming, and other electronic devices. We're all familiar with the addictions of alcohol and drugs. Those are easy. But it's staggering to me still, even though I was in the medical field for 20 years, that those are the only addictions recognized by the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is the mental health disorder list of all the different disorders and how you qualify for having schizophrenia versus paranoid schizophrenia, and on and on. So here's this huge book that just lists all the mental health disorders. And in this huge book, this is a big, heavy book. You would not want this book to hit you in the head. So it's not like they tried to make it, a little like describing all the addictions would have made it heavier. No. So they weren't saving space. They've recognized alcohol and drugs. That's it, as addictions. Well, recently they did add gambling as an addiction. That somehow made it to the list, to the exclusion of all the other behaviors. You can become addicted to anything that reduces pain. You can become addicted to being right, being angry, acting like a victim, and on and on and on and on and on. We can become addicted. If sticking beans up your nose was pleasurable, we'd become addicted to that. Now, the World Health Organization is actually smart enough to list one more. So in the Manual of Mental Health Disorders in the United States, we have alcohol, drugs, and gambling. That is an incredibly narrow view of the world. That's like looking through an itty-bitty little keyhole or through a little teeny hole made by your fingers and claiming to be able to describe the world. The World Health Organization adds gaming, playing video games, as an addiction. But it's not found in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. Porn is not listed as an addiction, even though it satisfies absolutely every qualification to become one. The use of smartphones is not listed as an addiction. And yet, if you ask parents what is the most common addiction found in their homes, it's usually smartphones or some screen. And yet, that's not even listed in the mental health disorders. In other words, most people associate the word addiction with alcohol or drugs. Fill in the blank. Addiction to alcohol or drugs. That's what people say. But that association severely and inappropriately, let's go with the word wrongly, limits the extent of addiction in our society. A new definition of addiction is clearly needed. One that will give us a better grasp of the nature of addiction and will enable us to approach its treatment in a far more productive way. So let's try one. Addiction is the compulsive, everybody knows what it means to feel compelled to do a thing. It's almost like beyond you don't make a choice. It's a reaction, which is perfect for our discussion, isn't it? A compulsive use of any substance, person, or people, feeling, or behavior with a relative disregard of the potentially negative social, psychological, career, and physical consequences. That's pretty easy. Addiction is the compulsive use of anything with a disregard, not caring about the potentially negative effects. Let's make it even shorter. Addiction is the compulsive use of anything without considering the consequences. There, how's that? Pretty simple. When I said relative disregard, you could translate that as addictions are hard to quit. So there's another way to define addictions. We're going to give you as many definitions of addiction as it takes to make it useful for you. An addiction is using anything in a way that has potential harm and that is hard to quit. There, that's it. Which means that we're all addicted to something. It might be just chocolate, for example. But hard to quit, yeah, that's a defining characteristic of all forms of addiction. If you're doing something that is causing you emotional, spiritual, or relationship problems and you can't easily quit it, you're an addict. There, that's pretty simple too. Addiction is often described as a disease. This is by addiction counselors and professionals, and it's in 12-step books all over the world. And I'm here to say it is not a disease. There are no, how do I know this? Because there are no children who've been raised with sufficient unconditional love, none, who are sitting around and suddenly get a disease of an addiction. Just doesn't happen. And if these children or adults who have an addiction are sufficiently unconditionally loved, if they finally find enough real love, their addiction goes away. It's not a disease. It's a response to pain. The pain, the inexpressible, unbearable pain of feeling alone, of not feeling seen, accepted, understood, gotten, to have somebody get you and care about you. It's a response to that pain. You will act on that pain because you can't tolerate it. And when you find something that works, you keep using it, and then you discover you can't quit it, and that is an addiction. That's how it happens. After extensive interviews with thousands of addicts, thousands of them, more than 99% of them, admittedly, that's a rough estimate, but once you get to 99%, I mean, does it matter if it's 99.5 or 98? Roughly 99% of them respond enthusiastically to this definition of addiction and the clarification of the causes of drug addiction, for example, whereas most of them have had serious problems with the usual definitions and explanations. If I tell you that alcoholism is just a disease, what do you do with that? It's not like it has a disease you take. It's a disease you take a pill for. It's not a disease you do exercises for. If I just tell you it's a disease, well, now you've labeled it and you're still stuck with it. The old disease concept doesn't help people find a solution. And that's all we care about. We don't care what we call it. And if it's a disease, then people without pain, like I said, people who feel loved would suddenly get it, but they don't. The definition of addiction, this definition of addiction, creates a much broader and, oddly, usually the more broad a thing becomes, the more vague it becomes. Not here. It creates a much broader and more accurate, finely honed picture of what addiction is. The short version is this: we can become addicted to anything that temporarily decreases the pain we feel from the relative absence of real love. Anything. Behavior, substance, people, whatever. Let's make this really simple by paraphrasing a diagram that you saw earlier. I think in chapter 3, but not positive, and I'm not going to go look. So it all starts with a lack of unconditional love. That's where all this stuff starts with. That is immediately and always followed by pain. There's no way that we can have a lack of real love in our lives and like it and have it be pleasurable. After the pain, we'll use pretty much anything. Now, we listed some of them. The getting and protecting behaviors, all of the behaviors in the big 7, alcohol, drugs, just goes on and on. We'll use anything to get rid of pain. There was a French philosopher who said, "To goodness and kindness we pay homage only, but pain we obey." Actually, what he said was, we make promises only. We make promises to goodness and kindness, but when we're in pain, what he's saying is, we move. We do something to get rid of pain. That was very smart, considering that was, I don't know, a couple hundred years ago. And once we find something that decreases our pain fairly reliably, and we haven't found anything else, we really like to use that thing that relieves the pain. No kidding. And then we can't give it up. We become addicted to it. So why are we talking about addiction? 1, in the absence of real love, we'll use anything to decrease our pain. Anything? I've known people who've been addicted to things that might sound so bizarre to you that you think I was making it up. Anything that distracts us from our pain. 2, once we've found a thing that will decrease our pain, we tend to use it as long as we have the baseline pain underneath it. The addiction only treats the pain temporarily. Then the effect always goes away, and well, now we've got to find something to decrease the pain again. And if we've already found something, that thing, we use it again. 3, these behaviors or substances here's the rub. I mean, if it simply relieved your pain, if it was sticking a spoon in your mouth and that got rid of all of your emotional pain, and you had this compulsive need to do that, and so 3 times a day you stuck a spoon in your mouth, well, we wouldn't really have much of a problem to talk about, would we? Everybody could carry around a spoon, and everybody would understand that you periodically stick a spoon in your mouth, or you suck your thumb for 5 seconds 3 times a day. Well, okay, it might look a little weird at first, but that's really not such a problem. The problem is that all these addictive behaviors or substances cause their own problems, precisely because they're not real love. They distract us from feeling real love, and then they cause their own inherent problems, like alcohol, which, kills you, like addiction to drugs, which kills you, like addiction to anger, or being right, or oddly, an addiction to fear. Even many people become addicted to fear because then they don't have to be responsible for anything. We become addicted to things that may not obviously kill us physically, but we now know, we've talked about this, you and I, that stress, that loneliness is a risk factor as big as smoking. And Smoking causes everything. Causes autoimmune disorders. It causes cancer of everything. Causes breathing disorders. Turns out so does stress. So all of these solutions, these temporary solutions that we become addicted to, cause their own problems. Immediate physical problems, like with alcohol and drugs, spiritual, emotional, psychological, social problems. If you're addicted to anger, for example, your relationships are not going to be healthy. They're not. And when you're on your 8th marriage, and I've met people who are on far more than that, that's kind of proof that anger's a problem, isn't it? Well, I only get angry once in a while. That's like saying I only shoot people occasionally. I only run red lights every, 4th time. The problem with addictive behaviors is they cause more pain. That's the problem. And they feel good in the short term, so we rationalize. We ignore the long-term problems, and in the short term, when we're in pain, we use those things. And we feel justified, understandably so. But it's death. Death emotionally, death physically, death lots of ways. We keep using them. We can't quit. That's the 4th thing. We're stuck. We're in a prison of using these behaviors. Anything that decreases our pain includes a lot of things, doesn't it? Like as in, wow, a lot of things. When I talk to an audience that doesn't know anything about real love and I ask how many addicts are in the audience, 1,000 people will be there and there'll be 10 people raise their hand, which is, 1/10 of a percent. And I say that's remarkable considering that 10 to 20% of any group of people is addicted only to alcohol, just to alcohol and drugs, 10 to 20%. So this is an amazing group that there's so few addictions here. In other words, I'm telling them, you're lying. And the rest of us are just lying anyway, because we're all addicted to something that decreases our pain if we don't have enough love in our lives, which is, well, almost universally true. So yeah, it does include alcohol and drugs, but it includes all these getting and protecting behaviors that we've talked about quite a few times now, so that you understand them. I have nothing to sell here. I'm not trying to get you to believe in them. This is just a description of what we do in pain. So just looking at those, attacking. When we're in pain and we're attacking somebody, we've gone through this before, but I'm just going to briefly summarize. When we're attacking, we just briefly feel powerful. Just one of many benefits of attacking. When we're in the middle of this little power high, our pain feels less. We feel less helpless. When we're lying, we get potential sources of pain to go away. Even if we're just lying, actually we do most of the time, lie unconsciously just by hiding stuff. Go through all of these. They all have some kind of hit, some kind of reward, like even just safety. Guy lives in his basement, his mother's basement, and plays video games all day. Well, who's going to come and hurt him? The very worst that's going to happen is mom has to call down twice to get the kid to go up for dinner. That's a pretty safe, physically safe life. But in his safety, he's utterly and miserably alone. And covers it up temporarily with games and getting more coins because he was the winner, and having a magician in his little kingdom that has more powers than everybody else. And do you see how this all gets? He is addicted to what he does, and he doesn't know how to get out. And he can't get out until he gets something that cures the real problem, the pain of not feeling loved. So doesn't matter what age we are, we can all become addicted. I've seen 3-year-old, you have too. If you're a parent, you've seen a 2-year-old who you call to dinner, and the 2-year-old is playing a little easy to play video game, although actually They can probably play video games I can't play. And they don't come to dinner. We just satisfied addiction. The child doesn't feel sufficiently unconditionally loved, found a game that sufficiently entertains or distracts him or her, and then when it's called to dinner repeatedly, cannot quit the game. We have 2-year-old addicts everywhere, or addicted to an iPhone or whatever. Addictions include all the forms of imitation love that we've talked about repeatedly, so we don't have to keep going over that. We become addicted to anything that temporarily makes us feel better or makes the pain less. We may not feel wonderful, but just if it diminishes the pain, or if it even distracts us from the pain, doesn't really make the pain less at all. We quickly see that we can become addicted to, I know, I'm repeating, anything at all. Some brief illustrations. This list could go on for an hour, and I'd have no difficulty at all creating it, none. But we can become addicted to work. How many men stay at work? I'm just thinking right off the top of my head of a guy who's just sweet as can be, but he's afraid of everything, including his own wife, including his children, afraid of any kind of social interaction. So what does he do? He goes to work where he's an independent contractor, where he interacts with people really very little, and he makes sure that he's busy either at work or doing reports for work all the time. He shows up for dinner occasionally, but he interacts with his family pretty much none. He is addicted to work. Or the CEO, who's just never there because he or she is addicted to work. Being right. I remember once saying to a woman, you can become addicted to anything. In fact, the odds are very high that you are addicted to something. And she said, I am not. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Actually, I may not have kept myself from laughing. Pretty clear, it became very clear just from that answer and in the next 30 seconds that she was severely addicted to being right. She could never admit being wrong. Being right is a powerful addiction because if we give it up, we become vulnerable to being hurt. Addiction. We can become addicted to being right on the one hand and using people, on the other hand, pleasing people. We can become addicted to things that there's just no way you'd think we can become addicted to service, serving other people out, serving mankind. And it turns out that I know lots of those people who spend all their time serving mankind, and they're terrified of a real relationship. They're out serving mankind because, well, it makes them look really good. And then they temporarily feel worthwhile. They use people as objects to feel worthwhile. Now, I'm not saying all service is like that, but wow, do I know a lot of people who do that. You can become addicted to your religion. You can become addicted to busyness, and you can become addicted to doing absolutely nothing. Because the less you do, the less there is for people to criticize you for, except, of course, for being lazy. But see, that's just one thing. It's fewer than all the many things you could be criticized for if you're actually doing things and making mistakes. You can become addicted to being irresponsible or lazy or perfect. There are some people who just kind of proudly say, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And they say it with pride, meaning I just have to fine tune and use, extra fine sandpaper on anything that I make just so it's, perfect. Because, and the implication is I'm a kind of, perfect person. It's easy to become addicted to perfectionism because then nobody can correct you. You can become addicted to mental illness. Now, it turns out that most mental illness is caused by pain. Psychiatrists and psychologists would have you believe that somehow you just acquire these disorders. There's little explanation. But the more insightful of them, psychologists and psychiatrists, will say pain pretty much causes everything. People go crazy when the pain is prolonged, when it's intermittent, when there's nothing you can do to help it. What am I describing? PTSD. I'm also describing PCSD. And I've watched people who become addicted to the lack of responsibility of having a mental illness. Oh, well, I couldn't get involved in doing whatever involves any risk because I have, and then they name their disorder. Oh, well, I can't get out of bed because I have blank. Am I saying that there are people who don't have genuine mental illness? No. Am I saying there's no need for therapy? No. I'm saying that the need is greatly exaggerated, and that if people felt sufficiently loved, we would see mental illness decrease by, now I'm guessing, because how could you possibly do such a study? It would decrease by 95% or more. That, for people who are wondering, is an opinion, but it's an informed opinion. After working with people who are mentally ill for the last 25 plus years and watching their mental illness vanish when they feel sufficiently loved, they can become addicted to the isolation, to the safety that they get from it. We can become addicted to depression, for example. We can become addicted to anything that distracts us from our pain. Now let's go back to the addictions we originally listed as behavioral problems for kids. Two of the lines of the 7 major problems that we've been going over and over. That big 7, or that slide where I list seven problems, that's just 7 of the more common problems. That's 7 of thousands. So by no means am I saying, oh, these are all of children's problems. Please, I didn't say that. But let's go back to talking about a couple of them. Picture yourself again. We did this before. Living in a cave. In a deep cave. There is no light. Nothing. Can't even see your hand. In fact, I've been caving with people before, and I have everybody turn their lights off. And we just sit around and let them acclimate to the darkness. And then I turn my light on, not in their faces, which would be a little rude, but, like against a wall so that we can see them. And I'd say at least half the people in the room, if you do it at the right time, are going like this. They're waving their hands in front of their face because they can't believe that it could be that dark. In fact, those light amplification devices that you see, on military shows, where they assault the place in the middle of the night. Everything looks, green or whatever color, because the light reaches the lens of the night vision goggles, and is electrically amplified. So where there's this much light, they increase it to this much light. Those are numbers, in case you were wondering. See this distance between my finger and my thumb and that. You can assign your own value to the difference. But when you're deep enough in a cave and you wear night vision goggles, you don't see anything. And that's why these people are going like this. You don't see anything because there's no light to amplify. Deep and dark. So you get in the picture of this cave. This is a darkness that you swear you can feel. It feels oppressive, like, most of us have never seen darkness like that. On a moonless night and clouds overhead, you still see a little bit. And you've lived in this cave, this utterly dark cave, all your life. Now, think about that for a moment. All your life you've lived without light. Animals who have evolved in caves without light eventually lose their eyes. They can't see anything at all. In fact, there's just sockets. They don't have eyes. Kind of makes your skin crawl to think about living in such a place. In such a place, you would be constantly, not a lot because you'd get used to it, bumping into people. If you're exploring, especially, you would be hitting rocks with your shins. You might be stumbling. If you explore far enough and fast enough, you would fall into pits if you weren't familiar with where you were, you got confused. Without light, caves are not all that fun. I've known a fair number of cavers. I mean, there's a difference. You don't need to know the difference between cavers and spelunkers, but cavers are more expert. And I've known a number of them. I don't know one of them who goes caving without a light. You just as well put a black bag over your head, and walk around outside. No, the interesting thing about caving is seeing where you are. But in this cave, there is no light. But you discover, living in this cave, an indentation in the wall. Kind of like a little cave within a cave with smooth sides, and we're going to just be a little fantastical here for a minute, and maybe a mattress lying on the cave within a cave. Who knows where this comes from, but it's my story, so there's a mattress. This is a place where there's none of the usual stumbling, falling, kicking your shins against rock, and there's a trickle of water nearby. Remember, this is my cave, my story, and a source of food. Who knows what? Mushrooms. Welcome to my story. Doesn't have to make sense. You would understandably like your little cave within a cave. It's still dark, but much of the pain has been removed. The stumbling, the fear of falling into pits, the banging into people. You would like this better, even though it's still dark. Still can't see anything. Then you'd get used to it. It's better than any other place in the big cave, which is your world. And you don't know that there's something much better, which would be getting out of the cave completely into a world of light. So what would you do in a circumstance like this? In my little mythical story of a cave within a cave, you'd stay there. You would, because it's safer than the crazy dark cave that you live in normally. You'd become addicted to staying there, which is called an addiction to safety or any distraction from your pain. Real life examples of staying in a cave would include video gamers who are lost in a cave anyway, and now they just have found a little cave within a cave, and they stay there with their goggles on or their earphones or their earbuds or their whatever, and they're glued to this set, to an indentation in the wall. Phone addicts, people who withdraw as an addiction, hoarders, cave within a cave, that one should be pretty obvious. Agoraphobes, people who are afraid to go out into the world, and so they become addicted to just staying in their own little apartment, a cave within a cave. Shyness, anthropophobia, meaning social phobia, anxiety disorders. One recent study showed that at least a third of people in the United States had some form of anxiety unwellness, to the point where it was affecting their personal happiness, their relationships, their work, and more. A third. I'm guessing that it's higher than that. And they emphasize that it's vastly unrecognized because even though they diagnosed that a third suffer, only 10% are treated. When people are anxious, as this study was describing, that's just pain. Anxiety is just one of the many manifestations of pain, or it's another word for pain. And they do respond. We always respond to pain. They hide away in some way from anything that would cause the pain. There was recently a basketball player with a college basketball player who had just incredible prospects. I mean, he was just phenomenal, set school records in scoring and every little thing that you can do in basketball. And he was one of the top 10 ever at his major university. He was drafted by NBA teams. Well, actually, you can be only actually drafted by one, but there were many teams who were looking at him in the draft. A team did draft him. He never played a day in the NBA. Why? Anxiety. He was afraid to get out of his little cave within a cave. He had a fear of people, airplanes, cars, pretty much everything. Pretty tough to play in the NBA if you're afraid of people and you're surrounded by 20,000 people who are screaming at you. Pretty tough to play in the NBA if you can't fly or you can't be in a car. So he hid in whatever cave he could find. And this is a guy who had all the distractions in the world, the money, the fame, the power, it wasn't enough. Because it wasn't what he really needed to get rid of his root pain, which we all know. When you're in pain, you do react to diminish the pain. You do, you will, you are now. So do your children. Look at all the forms of addiction that I named just moments ago when I went through the list of being right and being angry, and you can even become addicted to service. But look at the list that we're describing now. Addiction to alcohol, drugs, porn, smartphones, and gaming. Children who are in pain are willing to do anything to decrease it. They have learned that interacting with other people, parents, siblings, teachers, often peers, especially face-to-face in groups like at school, can provoke gigantic feelings of not being worthwhile. Huge. PTSD. Children hear messages like this every day from adults, parents, teachers, relatives, peers. They hear these messages all day. You're not doing well enough in school. You made a mistake. Look how many mistakes you've made. How many times have I told you not to make this mistake? You're lazy and irresponsible. You can't be part of our elite group at school for perhaps absolutely no reason at all. That's why they have little groups of people and gangs, and there's the group of smart people and the group of cheerleaders, and those all go by different names. But we need to have our own little special cave within a cave so that we feel important. And you can't come in our little cave within a cave, which makes you feel even worse. You got that question wrong. How stupid can you be? Or my favorite, what is wrong with you? The ultimate shaming question, which of course doesn't have an answer. But the implication, of course, is lots of things. And much, much more. Kids hear this stuff all day long. Some of these messages are communicated just with a subtle sigh. You get something wrong, and the teacher goes, you, and points to somebody else to get the answer right, because you, the fool, you got it wrong, or at least in the teacher's mind, or from parents or whoever, just a sigh, or by simply looking away from a child. Child's telling you a story. If your child is speaking, your child is asking for your attention, all of it. If I'm doing something and a grandchild comes up and talks to me, and I have to finish that sentence, I'm writing a book, I'm whatever, and I reach over and grab them and plop them in my lap, finish the sentence, and then go, now, talk to me. And I look right into their eyes. Simply looking away tells them that they're not worth as much. The movements of our mouth. Watch people's mouths and look at the, 200 ways that they can indicate disapproval, condescension, disappointment, whatever, without speaking a word or making a noise, all with their mouths. Well, and the rest of their face. Tone of voice, posture, and more. 93% of communication, they say, is nonverbal. I believe that. I don't know how you come up with 93%, but it sounds about right. Every one of these messages to children, you're not enough, what is wrong with you, is deeply painful, even though much of the time, the people communicating these messages, much of the time, they don't mean to do it. Oh, it's even worse than that. They don't even realize they're doing it. And if these adults are speaking this way to children and communicating that they're worthless and they don't know they're doing it, that almost makes it sound better. Well, they don't know they're doing it. They don't mean to do it. No, it's worse. Because if you don't know you're doing a thing, you're going to keep doing it. Example. A parent says, "Oh, what is wrong with you?" Actually, you don't even have to say the words. All you have to do is go, "Oh." Every kid knows what that means. What is wrong with you? That's what it means. You don't mean to hurt your child. And you as a parent are just frustrated because there's part of you who's actually wanting to help the child, because we don't sigh about behaviors that are grand and glorious. The child just got the Nobel Peace Prize because they helped break up a civil war in wherever. When the Nobel Peace Prize is announced, no parent ever says, sighs. So every child knows this innately, although they probably don't think about the Nobel Peace Prize. But when they do things right, they don't get that sound. So the implication is, actually, it's not just an implication. The statement is, the truth is, when we do sigh, we're saying, "Oh, man, what is wrong with you?" And part of us actually wants to help them change their behavior, which is why I started off with, we make those sounds when they're doing something that's not especially productive. Part of us wants to help them. Part of us uses sighs and disappointment and irritation as motivational tools, especially when we're frustrated. And parents have actually tried to convince me that, well, I only get angry to help them, to get them to see that something is important. Well, if you get angry at a child, very often you can get a child to do something briefly, but what's the most important thing for a child? Feeling unconditionally loved. So if you succeed in getting a child to stack blocks your way, no kidding, I've watched parents do this. I've watched parents get angry at a child because this little 16-month-old is stacking blocks, hardly stand to say the word, wrong. And so the parent corrects them and shows them how to stack the blocks. And I'm thinking, you have to be kidding me. Why is the child stacking blocks, do you think? Because the goal is to stack blocks to the moon. No. For a child, the goal in stacking blocks is it's just fun. And half the time, actually all the time with boys, almost, the goal of stacking blocks is to get them high enough that it's fun to knock them over. No kidding. Watch them. They get so high and they don't even wait for them to fall over. Boom. So we feel justified in getting annoyed with them to help them. Help them? The results are always bad because we end up with a child who feels unloved and miserable and now is going to find some addictive behavior. You see how silly it is to try to justify anger and frustration with a kid? It's nuts. What do we think? That when we criticize a child, like stacking blocks, that the child would respond with, or when we make a sound of, what's wrong with you, that the child would say, I've thought about it, and I'm not really sure what's wrong with me. It sure seems like I'm deeply flawed, probably just basically defective, but I don't quite know how or what to do about it. Would you be willing to describe it in greater detail for me? Is that what we thought was going to happen when we said, what is wrong with you? Well, clearly yes, or we wouldn't ask such a stupid question or make such harmful noises. We get pretty confused as parents. How long could we possibly expect our children to hear messages like the ones that I've been listing and not do something to eliminate their pain? Well, they do choose something to diminish their pain, or rather, they usually unconsciously react to their pain. It's not a conscious choice. They react to their pain in a variety of ways, settling on the things that work best or are most available, amongst which, and there are thousands of ways, but amongst which treatments for pain are addiction to alcohol, drugs, porn, smartphones, and gaming. That's just 5 of a whole book full. All of these addictions provide a place in the cave, a cave within a cave, where kids can feel at least somewhat safe, even if it's temporary. Actually, it's always temporary, but temporarily not being beaten it seems infinitely preferable to being beaten all the time. Let's start with alcohol, just to pick one. Doesn't matter really where we start. Alcohol numbs pain, period, full stop. Alcohol is a neurologic depressant. That's what it does. You drink enough alcohol fast enough, you get what's called alcohol poisoning. And if you get enough of that, well, you just, die. You just die right there. When they want to preserve organs in a pathology laboratory, they can use formaldehyde, but they can also just as effectively use alcohol to pickle the brain, kidneys, whatever it is they want to examine later. It's a poison, kills everything. It's meant to kill anything that would cause decay of the organs. It's meant to keep them dead, but safe. If you can call it dead safe. But abusing alcohol is not a disease. It's a response to pain, like we said. It depresses the whole nervous system. It diminishes emotional and physical pain. That's where the trap is. Because people like having their emotional and psychological and sociological pain diminished. They like it. They go to, if you can believe it, bars. They go to play. They all go together and fill a bar with 150 people. I clearly am not familiar with the average size of bars, so you can email me and give me the correct number. 150 people in this bar. They're all drinking a physiologic poison because it diminishes their emotional pain to the point where they can interact with other people with less pain. But they're all emotionally and cognitively impaired. So we've got a whole room full of people who are impaired, who are not entirely there, and often they claim to be having fun. Well, sure, because they're in less pain. But I've never seen somebody drink alcohol and get smarter or develop deeper relationships. Not possible. It only has negative effects. It diminishes our awareness of fear and awkwardness, which is why some people become loud and apparently fearless, which is actually called being obnoxious, when they drink. So these people believe that it loosens them up and makes them more social with people. But in the end, alcohol always turns you into somebody else, like all the other things we do to treat our pain. It shuts down nerves in widely varying patterns, so you don't know who you are or what you're doing. It affects everybody in different ways, in different orders. And one of the first things to go when you drink is your awareness of how much alcohol is affecting you. So you're impaired, but you don't know how much impaired you are. This is why people get drunk and honestly believe. They say it to their friends. When their friends say, should you be driving? One of the first things to go is your awareness of how drunk you are. Oh, I'm fine. I can drive home. No, well, you might be able to if you're like really lucky. And if you run over a couple of people, you wouldn't know anyway. Or they say, oh, I drink wine every night, but I'm not affected. Really? So you're the only person on earth whose brain is not affected by alcohol. In fact, from state to state, I've been alive for a long time now, I've watched the legal limits of alcohol get lower and lower and lower because they're realizing that after one drink, you don't brake as fast, meaning push down on the brake and slow down your car. You don't avoid objects as well. You don't think as well after one drink. But we have our little cave within a cave, and it feels good for a minute. Next addiction, drugs. People, including our children, use drugs to diminish their emotional pain. That's why they use them. Done. Period. Now, I'm not talking about antibiotics here. We're talking about psychotropic drugs, drugs that affect your brain, your nervous system. And there's quite a variety of them. It's unbelievable. In fact, as soon as they make a law against a particular drug and they come up with a test to test for the drug, then the people who design drugs just modify the drugs in some small way so they're not detectable and people can take them without fear of being pulled over and jailed by the police. And then they just can continue to sell drugs to people. Although there are some favorites that have lasted for a very long time, despite the prohibitions. But there are uppers and downers and everything in between. We use narcotics to the point that the yearly deaths just from narcotic overdoses, these are legally made narcotics, have surpassed all of the deaths caused by guns, all kinds of guns. And we read about it, and we read about how the government is clamping down on it, which is turning out to be a real problem for people who actually need the pain relief after their operations. So, great big guys like myself who need more drugs are being told, maybe you're in pain, but too bad, you've reached the legal limit for drugs. This does not help the pain. So they're penalizing people to protect the people who use drugs, who are going to find them anyway. And nobody talks about what's the root cause of, what's the real reason that people use drugs. Emotional pain. I personally can bear witness of this. I was addicted to narcotics for a long time. It's really hard for an addict sometimes to say, when did the addiction start? It's pretty easy to say when it stopped. But I don't know, 12 years or so, that's a really long time to be addicted to narcotics. And I could not quit. I thought I could quit anything. I was strong enough to do anything, and I couldn't stop because of the emotional pain. Because I discovered early on, this is how I got addicted. I started taking narcotics illegally because I prescribed them for myself. But I started taking narcotics for actual physical pain. And then I discovered, whoa, I feel better. Turns out I got confused like every addict does. I thought I felt good. No, what I felt was less emotional pain. And then I started taking the narcotics for that reason. And then after you take them long enough, now you just can't get off them. What's my point? I was addicted because of emotional pain. How do I know that? For sure. Because in the last, several years, I've had my knees replaced and hip and multiple back operations and things that really, really hurt, I can tell you. Have both of your knees replaced if you want to, just for kicks, have a whole lot of pain where you want to scream as you're going to sleep. And I was on narcotics. Pretty heavy doses of narcotics, actually. And when it came time to stop the narcotics, it was easy. I just quit taking them. Although, almost out of habit. Once you've been addicted to something long enough, the physician would say to me, so would you like another prescription for narcotics? Because at that point in healing, many people did need one. And I would say, no with my words, but those of you who are listening to this and can't see the video, but I'm nodding yes with my head. There was a little teeny part of me that was going, you liked this before. No, I didn't like it before. It wasn't fun. It wasn't enjoyable. It was just less emotional pain. But now I didn't have emotional pain. So I didn't need to keep taking them. And didn't. Just stopped. Poof. Easy. Whereas with emotional pain, it isn't poof, stop easy. Because the pain is still there. Whereas with the knees, I used a little more ice and less pain medication, and I didn't care when they ran out. It's not a disease. It's not something that spreads through the air. It's not something, addiction, that you get from your second grade teacher when she sneezes in class. It's a response to pain. More and more people are discovering everywhere that no amount of imitation love will ever produce happiness. So they turn to whatever treats pain. And drugs do that reliably, at least in the beginning. If you're in pain, take a pill. And I have seen physicians do that. Oh, you're in pain. Wow. Poof, give them a pill. Because now that patient isn't going to come back and bother them. Not when they're out of pain, even though their problem may be worsening. And then whoever takes the pills has to take more pills and perhaps then injections, which is what happened with me. It didn't happen like out of the blue. I was doing this myself. And then you take drugs simply because you can't stand withdrawing from them. Eventually, withdrawal becomes its own pain, adding to the emotional pain you already had. I know well a woman who, when she was young, she described how, to me as an adult woman, how when she was young, that her father would take her around with him and just sell her to drug dealers. Here, you can use her however you want to for half an hour if you'll give me a bag of whatever. The emotional pain from that was devastating to her, to the point that, well, she's now dead. Her use of imitation love in a wide variety of ways, using men, using being right, using running. She wasn't a drug addict at the time she died, but her use of all these distractions and forms of imitation love literally killed her. The details don't matter, but they did. Ironically, in the years of childhood prior to the teens or so, almost always we parents are the dealers. We medicate them with entertainment, phones, cars. The little 3-year-old is making a lot of noise and you just want to talk to your friend on the phone. What do? You just throw them your phone that has games on it, your other cell phone, the one you're not using to talk to your friend. You turn on the television, you give them an iPad, whatever. And as they get older, then it turns into cars and more, including drugs. Oh, come on. How could we possibly be our child's drug dealer? because we take our troublesome children to therapists and doctors, and we're actually pleased, thrilled. I've watched parents' faces when they say, well, we finally understand the problem with my child. He has ADHD, and now he's on name the stimulant. And they're relieved. Why? Because now it's not their fault. Now they don't have to do anything. You just treat it with a pill. Hallelujah. Oh, who would have thought it would be this easy? We have a solution without having to learn to love and teach our children. Or so we think. But then the drugs don't have quite the effects we thought. They don't treat the ADHD or whatever completely, and then the kid becomes addicted to those, and then there are side effects from those, and then they're selling them illegally, and then they end up in jail and thrown out of school, and it gets to be quite a mess. And the drugs themselves, forget whether they ever get addicted or have other troubles, the drugs alter the child's personality. They become somebody else. And who knows what they would have been? Am I saying that there's never a reason to prescribe a medication for ADHD? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we do that before we try loving and teaching them. So we have absolutely no idea whether they actually need the pill, which changes who they are. And that seems kind of criminal. What if there were a drug that just said on it will change your child's personality and make them easier for you to manage? Nobody could sell that pill. The FDA would just go crazy if that was the name of the pill. It'd be a long name to get on a pill. But that's how most parents use drugs for ADHD. There are counties in the United States where as many as 40, I know, I thought I was misreading it the first time, 40% of boys before they finish high school are put on drugs for ADHD. 40. That's impossible that 40% of those kids have that disorder. We'll be doing a whole chapter, or at least a major part of one, later in this training about the most effective ways to approach ADHD. I'm just giving you some background information about it because, hang on, we're getting there. We're putting all this stuff together. First, we have to understand what our children are doing, how we respond to what they're doing, and then we can help them after we feel really bad about ourselves for a minute or two. Yeah, that's unavoidable. Despite all the research done on this subject, there is no consensus among scientists about the cause of addiction. Can you imagine? I mean, we have institutes to treat addiction, institutes to research addiction. We have addiction treatment centers, everywhere. If your town is big enough for a Dairy Queen, it has 5 addiction treatment centers. If your town is big enough for a church, which is very small, one church, it's big enough for an addiction center. You know why? Because scientists don't know what unconditional love is. They never experienced it. So how would they use it as a treatment modality? They wouldn't. I'm not discounting that there are other factors that influence the development of addictions, like genetics. We're all born with a genetic predisposition to a lot of things. To be taller, to be more artistic, to be more intelligent. If there are genetic factors for everything else, there would be genetic factors that would lean us more to becoming addicted more easily. But there's never been a genetic factor identified as causing addiction, just possibly making you more likely to be one, if sufficiently stimulated by not feeling loved. There's epigenetics, which we've talked about, the protein coat that turns the DNA on or off, the genes, biochemical factors, mental illness. There are some kids, some adults who really do have something wrong with their brain that makes them malfunction that is not related to not feeling unconditionally loved. My personal opinion, and I talked about it not long ago, is that the number of people who have a mental illness that's not related to emotional pain has got to be less than 5% in my experience. But no statistics to prove that, because we haven't done a study on the effect of unconditional love. Who would do it? And then there's weird stuff like pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome, which you've never heard of unless your kid has it. There are kids who are 7, 9, 11 years old who overnight just go completely crazy, obsessive compulsive, possibly schizophrenic, and it's due to just a minor infection with streptococcus, strep throat, and the brain reacts to that in a way that makes them go crazy. But all of these things are really rare. And the bottom line is that if it's genetic or epigenetic or some weird psychiatric disorder that they don't have a treatment for, well, it's worth noting, but why focus on that stuff? Because we do have a way to approach addiction and other demonstrations of pain that is consistently effective. I'm not saying it's not worth treating the kids who have the weird stuff, but I'm saying if there's less than 2 or 3% of people who have the weird stuff and everybody else's mental health problems are a result of not feeling unconditionally loved, maybe we should focus on that. Maybe we should focus on it at all, because there's no focus on it now. So why not try what works 95% of the time instead of focusing on factors we can't control or they're rare? In fact, when we focus on these other factors, what we're often doing is making excuses for learning to love and teach. Over the years, I have suggested this new definition of addiction, which I gave earlier, to thousands of addicts who have been taught by everybody that they have a disease. They go to therapy, they go to inpatient treatment centers, to 12-step meetings, and the recovery rate is awful, meaning really low. After all that effort, what have I seen when I propose this definition of addiction to addicts, people who are known addicts, people who are addicted to being right and being angry? They don't realize early on that they're addicts, and they're pretty resistant to seeing it. But people who've been in inpatient treatment for alcoholism and drug addiction, yeah, they pretty much get it, that they're addicted. What's their reaction to learning that it's not a disease? The reactions are pretty uniform. Relief. Thank goodness. I've got a real cause, a cause I can look at, a lack of unconditional love, a lack of feeling worthwhile in my life. I can do something about that. Understanding, their eyes light up. Hope. Instead of just having this endless disease that I have to go to 12-step meetings for the rest of my life, I can do something about this that's long-lasting. Almost uniformly, there's a sound made in the audience like this. With both cheeks blowing out as they do it. They get it. They understand that addiction is a response to pain. You'll notice that as I talk about some behaviors, notably addictions, ADHD, cutting, bulimia, anorexia, depression, suicidal thoughts, and more, I appear to contradict, or may actually contradict, traditional medical or mental health opinions or approaches or treatments. I get that. I am not telling you to ignore what your doctor has told you. What I am telling you is that I've interviewed thousands of parents and children, and nearly all of them had tried traditional medical and psychiatric approaches with little to no benefit. improvement so small that the children were still very symptomatic. They would say, well, he's a little bit better, but certainly unhappy, which of course is one of the reasons I was talking to them. What I'm describing is what I've seen so many thousand times, and the approaches I've seen that have proven to be effective after every traditional approach has failed. If a child is on medication, don't just stop it because I prescribe loving and teaching. Talk to your doctor. Talk about the possibility of getting off medication. Try loving and teaching with the medication, and then tell the doctor, wow, my new approach to loving and teaching my child is making a huge difference. Could we consider weaning the medication? You work that out. Or you make your own decision about whether to continue the medications, as parents have been doing from the beginning of time. How many parents have been told, give this medication to your kid, and then they don't? They're your kids. You have to make the decisions. In fact, you have the legal right to make the decisions. Next, in the list of addictions that we began, addictions or addiction to pornography. For years, I have described the use of pornography as a factor that tended to interfere with genuine connection and happiness, and as a form of distraction that strongly tends to become an addiction. I used to believe that was just an absolutely uniformly accepted fact. Everything I had ever read confirmed what I believed, from listening to and interacting with people. But then I learned that there's a growing, or there seems to be a growing small minority of people who believe that the use of pornography and the masturbation that almost invariably accompanies the use of porn is normal, even healthy, good for you, good tension release. Go ahead, do it all the time if you want. So I will share my observation of a great many people whom I can identify without doubt as porn addicts. And you can decide how to inform your children. That's your call. I have no moral agenda here. No religious agenda, no spiritual agenda, none. I do not care if other people use porn. That's up to them. I say that to people who are using porn, who are clearly addicted, whose lives revolve around porn and they can't quit, which is, pretty much the definition of an addiction. When I say that to people who are porn addicts, I say, I don't care if you use porn. Almost uniformly, they weep. They cry because they've been made to feel like bad people by everybody for being addicted all their lives. We have to do something to decrease our pain. And just one of those things happens to be porn. Notice, porn is just one of hundreds, thousands of things that we can become addicted to, as I've mentioned before. Also notice that when I say addicted to porn, I have no demeaning or condescending tone. It's like all the other addictions. But in society, there tends to be more shame involved because it's sexual and often involves an implication of infidelity to a partner. I've spoken to hundreds and hundreds of men, probably thousands, about their porn addiction, men who are just certifiably addicted because it's something that's adversely affecting their life. It's affecting their relationships with their partners, with their children, with their co-workers, seen people who've gotten fired from their job, lost their security clearance. So clearly adversely affecting them. It's one criterion for something being an addiction. And they can't stop it. That's an addiction. So these are men who are clearly addicted to porn. I've talked to so many that now when I talk to men, I don't ask them if they use porn. I ask them how often. That's how common it is. I never use porn is a very rare answer. It's a behavior that has accompanied the growth of the internet. A really natural, I'm not blaming the internet, but it's a real natural, it just has made porn available. When I was a kid, you had to walk into a drugstore and you had to say to the druggist, because he kept the Playboys, which is the only kind of porn we knew, behind the counter, and you had to say, I would like to buy a Playboy with your hand over your mouth. And then he would say, what? Speak up. And then you just leave the store. Whereas now, pornography is widely available with, on average, 2 clicks. And poof, there it is. In just a few years, it's everywhere. On one site, one porn site, in the last year. Now, when they do studies and they say in the last year, the information is almost always 3 or 4 years old. But in the last year, roughly, there were on this one site 26 billion hits. That's a lot. I don't know any site that's gotten 26 billion hits other than this one. I can tell you this for a fact. The more that men use porn, this is a fact from vast personal experience of interviewing men and women, the more they use it, the more they feel isolated, because it's easier to interact with virtual people on a screen than with real people. And just kind of by definition, we have to practice a thing to get better at it. So we have to be interacting with real people all the time in order to acquire that skill. If we're spending half our time, and some men do, or at least half of our available time, the time that we have available to interact with whoever, if we spend half of it with virtual people who are on a screen, we can't use that time to learn skills to interact with real people. So we tend to become more isolated. The more people use porn, the more guilty they feel, including the ones who talk about how there's just absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just normal. I hear the words, but I'm looking at their faces and they feel bad. They feel more ashamed. They feel less worthwhile. And they feel, and this is a word I don't use very often, probably haven't used it up to this point, but it's a word that is especially applicable to people who are porn addicts. They feel small. They're somehow aware that this behavior does take the place of interacting with real people, which makes them feel like they're inadequate, like they're falling behind, like they're missing out on something, like they're outside the normal. They feel small. And on and on. There are many other effects. These are just a few. When I speak of men who use porn, I'm not discounting women. The estimate varies depending on where you read, as studies always do, but between 15 and 25% of porn addicts are women who are using it more and more. And when I talk about men who use, I mean all male human beings who use it. Because the average age that a man, it's almost an inappropriate word, becomes addicted to porn is 11. That's the average age now. Hardly a man, but a male. Age 11 is the average age when the addiction begins. First time I read that, I thought, nah, I misread that. Turns out I do know how to read the word 11. Kids don't quite know what they're seeing at first. They huddle with their mom's laptop because mom is off at the grocery store, and they're just clicking away. And kids just love finding stuff, so they just start clicking away. It doesn't take very many clicks. I'll be on the Weather Channel, and over here is a series of pictures of people who are mostly clothed. You wouldn't call it pornographic, but under each one is some version of this statement. You got to see this. Turns out, A, you don't got to see this, and B, one more click and you're at a porn site. So they're just clicking away, and it takes no time at all for them to hit the porn sites, or they're on their own smartphone, again, hidden in the closet or in their room, either alone or with friends. What they know is, even if they don't know exactly what they're seeing at first, because I've talked to many men and asked them about their first experience. At first, they're going, what is this? But they do know that it's exciting. And it is. And then they're hooked before they even know what they're seeing. Porn might be the addiction, number one, with the combination of being most underrated in its effects, but most widespread. What if this were a disease? What if this were Ebola virus? What if it were everywhere, but nobody really noticed it until people died? Yeah, I think the Centers for Disease Control would get involved, and the entire nation would focus on this thing. If it's being underrated in its effects, but it's most widespread, if that were an infection, we'd be paying attention. Well, it turns out that porn is an infection. Again, I'm not making a moral judgment of this thing. I'm describing the effects that it has on human beings. It's killing them. This one is right out in the open. You go in the grocery store and go to buy something, and at the checkout stands, there are pictures that are so close to porn that when I was a kid, that's what they would have called them. They're in movies, advertisement. They all seem to be just seeing how close to the line they can get before some censor goes, yeah, you really can't do that. You're going to have to pull that from the stands. They're only limited by the fact that it would be expensive for them to be edited or censored like that. Or they're limited by their audience. They're selling this to mothers who have their children with them in shopping carts, and so they realize they can only go so far. They're going to alienate their audience. Your child is highly likely to be using porn. Whether your child's addicted is a separate thing. But if your child is over 13, it's almost a dead certainty that it's a regular use. Let's just assume your child is. If your child is 3, probably not. Your child uses porn, if he or she is, to escape the pain of the world. Period. That's the reason. Just like all the other things that we do to reduce pain. When the images appear, the child literally disappears into this digital fantasy. Why would they want to do that? Because the real world's no great place to live in, where they get yelled at and they're made to feel small and insignificant, and people ignore them and people criticize them. And at least while they're participating in this digital fantasy, that's not happening. That's why. And yeah, there's an obvious sexual component to using porn, but perhaps an equal distraction, I think greater distraction, and therefore downside to people being addicted to porn is that they're not here anymore. Like I just said, your child disappears into this virtual fantasy. It's a virtual world, much like video gaming, which we're going to get to, but with an extra element of seduction to it. By choosing what scene they're watching on the screen, the kids, which they can do as fast as they can move a cursor. They can change characters, activities, what's going on, just like they were there, controlling the people, the actors themselves. That's all you have to do. You don't have to be able to control the act. Just switch from scene to scene to scene, and you're in your own play, directed by you, written by you, with the lighting by you. And people find this very exciting, not to mention the sexual component. And there are uncounted sites where they can hire people online to do exactly what they want live, just like you can order rope or nails from Amazon. They've gone from the real world into a virtual one. I just call it, instead of saying a virtual world, I just call it virtuality, as opposed to, I suppose, reality. In a virtual world, they lose their ability to feel loved, which can only happen in the real world. They can't learn and grow. They can't be responsible. It's an utterly consuming addiction. It gets to be that way. Now, in the beginning, when they're 11, it's just a little excitement when mom's gone to the store. But it gets worse and worse, like all addictions do. When I started off using narcotics, it was, now and then, just when I was in pain, a little this, a little that, a pill here, a pill there, then another pill, then 3 pills of that drug, and then we add another one. And before long, I was on so many pills, I lost count. And then I'm injecting them. Addictions, by their nature, become less satisfying, so we have to use them more. So they go from soft porn to hard porn, where that line is, nobody could tell you, to violent porn, to really, really, really weird forms of porn. And then eventually nothing works. So these kids are lost, confused, and miserable. I just simply cannot count how many men I've run into who've lost their marriages, their kids, their jobs, everything, because their lives became so focused on this one addiction. Not exaggerating, but see, we don't see much about the statistics of that, because if somebody overdoses on narcotics, they do a blood test and poof, it goes into the data bank. If somebody dies and they assay their blood alcohol level, that goes into the database. This is the effect. Here's how many people died this year from alcohol and drugs. Who's doing the assessment of how many people die emotionally or spiritually or psychologically from porn in a year? Who's doing that? Nobody that I know of. Nobody's even gotten close to doing a study like that. On the whole, not very many people care, except to stand up at the pulpit and tell everybody that they're really bad and evil if they use it. And it turns out that's not much of a preventative. So we need to talk about what the actual effects are. I repeat, it is my opinion, as well as that of many experts in this field, that the primary problem with porn is not the sexual component, although it is a component. It's the banishing from the world. It's the virtuality. Addicts create their own world, moving from image to image, essentially controlling by their choice of image the characters on the screen, and therefore controlling their own little world in their head. They become increasingly socially crippled because the images change the way they see everyone. If guys go to look at porn primarily of women, for example, not all guys do, but let's say that they do, it changes the way they see not just women. It's not just objectifying women, it objectifies everybody. Increasingly, they can't relate to real people. Here they are trying to have a conversation with a woman or a guy, and they're directing their whole porn scene in their mind. They can't be really in that conversation. The distance between porn addicts and real people slowly increases without anybody seeing the daily changes. I didn't notice from day to day that I was increasing my use of narcotics, but if you compare day 1 to year 5, I could surely tell you the difference there. The daily changes are sneaky until addicts just can't function in the real world. I am not a doomsayer. I'm not preaching to you from a pulpit. I'm not trying to teach you a system of morals or ethics. I'm saying it's an infection that's killing the world. No exaggeration at all, because I get to see it every day with people. Destroys your ability to relate to people at work, because see, these are still people. These are still the characters that you see on the screen in porn. Destroys marriages. it's reached what many epidemiologists call the level of being an epidemic. Not a small thing. If this were Ebola virus, man, we'd have this thing eradicated. We'd have everybody isolated and it wouldn't exist anymore. But we underestimate its effects, like I said, like by a lot. But yes, there is a sexual component. So porn addicts notably have less sex, less frequent sex, and far less enjoyable and intimate sex with their sexual partners. It's less satisfying, way less intimacy. With a real partner, you have to actually, be there emotionally and acknowledge them as human beings. And so porn addicts just go, I don't have to go to all that trouble and treat people on a screen like they're a human being, like respect them, pay attention to them, ask them what they would like. So they just go to porn. It's easier. With men, there is now actually a disorder attributed to porn, a physical disorder called pornography-induced erectile dysfunction, as though we hadn't heard the term erectile dysfunction enough, where they can function sexually only with porn, not with a real partner, not with their wife, not with their girlfriend, not with anybody else. Why? Because real people can't duplicate either the newness or the variety of porn. Just a word about newness. There's just nothing like the first time of something. Your first taste of ice cream, unforgettable. Your first kiss, I can still remember my first kiss, and I have absolutely no idea where this girl lives or whether she's alive now at my age. The first time driving a car. They did a study where they took 100 people who like ice cream. They demonstrated that these people like not only ice cream, but vanilla ice cream. And they gave them a taste of French vanilla ice cream, which it tastes just a little different. They had them taste them side by side. Vanilla, French vanilla. Out of 100 people, how many people liked French vanilla better? Unbelievably, all of them. Everybody liked French vanilla. After eating French vanilla ice cream for only 5 times, the newness was gone, and now it was just 50-50. 50 people like French vanilla and 50 people like regular vanilla better. In the beginning, did they genuinely like the French vanilla better? Well, that's a debatable thing. It's semantics. But it was the newness is the point. And like with any addiction, more and more excitement is required. So first, we love the newness of the thing, and you can just click around on the internet and find anything that your brain can think about. And then more and more of it, whatever you find, is required, just like more alcohol, more drugs. It's crazier images on the screen. And then you hit a ceiling where nothing works. And that's true desperation. When real life doesn't do it for you at all, and you have to retreat into a virtual world, and you try everything in the virtual world, and wow, you can go through different scenarios in a virtual world way faster than you can in real life. And then that lets you down and isn't working. What do you got left? Not much. What I'm saying is the distillation of thousands of interviews and intense interactions with men and women across the world. If you wish more statistical support, medical information, and so on in talking to your child, do some reading. Go on Amazon or look up Google best books about pornography, not best books of pornography, but about it. But a couple that I found that were useful. One was called The Porn Myth. One was called Your Brain on Porn, where it actually talks about the fact that the brain structure and brain chemistry is altered by porn, just like the brain is altered by mind-altering drugs. And again, these books do not deliver a moral judgment. These are just scientists going, here's what happens. They're not lecturing. They're not telling you what to do or not to do. Just scientifically supported facts about how this addiction literally changes the structure and function of the brain. It literally takes some parts of the brain and makes them smaller. It destroys the way that we could be living. It ends marriages and careers. It's a poison just as real as cigarettes or cyanide. Now, what getting and protecting behaviors are involved with using porn? Running, for sure, because we've left the real world and gone to virtuality. Lying. Guys don't sit out in the living room, with their 7-year-old kids and their wives around and use porn. So they're hiding and lying. In fact, they'll hide and lie, even if they're single and they're just in their own homes, they'll lie about it. So there's something going on in their brain that's telling them this isn't the very best thing for me, or they wouldn't lie about it. You wouldn't lie about making yourself a spinach smoothie because it's probably, what do I know, good for you. So running, lying. What forms of imitation love do we get? Well, the pleasure's obvious. A sense of power, of being able to control what you see, and safety. In reality, people have critical comments to make about everything, or what you should do or shouldn't do. And the characters on the screen never give you any feedback. And really, we kind of like that. Next addiction. Addiction to smartphones. Of course, this isn't an addiction to the device. You'll never see somebody clutching a smartphone where the batteries run out to their chest going, oh, this just feels so great. It's clearly to the apps that are on the device. And the list is endless. I didn't realize how naive I was. Hundreds of thousands of apps for smartphones, and the list grows daily. With a device in the palm of your hand, little itty bitty. In fact, they now make mini smartphones, so they're smaller than my hand. You can talk to your friends, who will, of course, turn on you in an instant. People have the illusion that there's a sense of connection from being on a smartphone. Yeah, say something controversial. Say something about one of your friends and see how connecting it is. They'll turn on you in an instant if you behave or believe other than they want. Test that out and declare your stance in some political arena and watch almost exactly half the audience turn on you and want to hang you with a rope. You can play games. You can constantly check the news. Constantly. Actually, you can check news outlets by the 100. You can watch movies. You can send meaningless pictures of yourself in every imaginable circumstance to everybody. You can use porn, which we just talked about, and on, all with this little device this big, actually thinner than my hand. Many children now believe, I wish I were joking, that they have a nearly divine right, certainly a constitutional right. I mean, what rights does the Constitution give you? Oh, for the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and my smartphone. A right to own a phone and to carry their phones with them everywhere. A recent study says that the average teenager picks their phone up, that's assuming that they ever let go of it, that they pick their phone up 60 times a day. Yes, I had to go back and read that. I thought I'd misread it. Surely it meant 16, surely it meant 6. No, 60 times a day. They spelled it out for those of us who were going, it's a misprint. Keeping in mind that Some of those times are for an hour. Some of those times are just a text for 5 seconds. At 60 times, that's called living on your phone. And it's having effects very similar to porn. Remember, an addiction is anything used to decrease pain, which this does, escape the world, escape the pain of the world, causes harm, and if you're doing nothing else, including your homework, chores, or anything else, and not talking to real people, that's harm. In fact, it's harm on multiple levels, and you can't quit it easily. That's an addiction, and that's the case with phones. In fact, there are very few people who have phones with more than 2 apps on them who aren't addicted. They just can't live without them. Some people claim that phones make it possible for kids to interact with each other more. But studies are now proving that no, the more time they spend on their phones, the less genuinely connected they are. Teenage kids, in a very recent study, report an increase in significant loneliness and stress of 50%. 50% more kids say they're significantly lonely and stressed in the last 5 years. 50. There's no disease on earth that's growing that fast. Well, porn's right up there. So no coincidence you can access porn on your smartphone, huh? It's like they live in an alternate universe. Again, like with porn, they're not here. And they don't want to be. In the absence of sufficient love, they prefer a world they can control. That's understandable. I'm defending them. They prefer a world that can be duplicated according to their wants and desires, that entertains them endlessly. When they're distracted like that, however, they don't hear you talk as their parent. In fact, you quit being their parent. They're being parented by the device the size of my hand. They don't do what is required to have real relationships with people. Watch them when they're on their phone and try to interrupt them. They cut people's heads off. It doesn't have to be you. Watch them if their siblings try to interrupt them. Anybody does. They can't have real relationships. Later, they often don't do what is required simply to make a living because it would interfere. I've heard people say this. It would interfere with my phone time. Why aren't you looking for a job? It would interfere with my phone time. Again, your child uses their smartphone, just like porn, to escape the pain of the world. They enjoy the escape, which they believe is better than the real world. Understandable, considering all the contention, anger, criticism, belittling, bipolar arguments that you see on television about politics, on and on. The world's becoming an uglier place emotionally. But when they escape, then they're separated from the real world and real people. So every time they come back from virtuality, they have missed out on learning skills and forming connections that can be acquired only in the real world. There's no way they can do both at the same time. So for every second they're on their phone, they don't practice these things that they're going to use for the rest of their lives. They become crippled. Every time they use their addiction, they go just a little further away too, because we use more and more of that stimulation, just like we use more and more of pick it. Porn, alcohol, drugs, whatever, kills us and distracts us. So when they return, they feel even more separated. This surely can't sound like a good thing. Let me go so far as to say that now my children are older. Now I have more grandchildren than I have children. But if I had children that were in the age range of 4 to 18 now, there would be no cell phones in the house, except for the ones that my partner and I had. None. You can get flip phones or what they call hobbled or crippled smartphones that enable them to only call you, text you, the parents, and receive calls and texts from you. In the old days, that was enough. When did smartphones suddenly become indispensable? When did it become a requirement of life, a requirement that we have a Facebook page? Or that if somebody asks a question, we have to Google it and we have to know who the co-star of that particular movie was that somebody saw last year. Our phones don't have information that we utterly require. They don't. And the harm of them is huge. So we can't say, well, they have benefits. Yeah, they do have a few. Do they have essential benefits that would outweigh the absolutely known and almost guaranteed downsides? No. That's a no. Heck no. My kids wouldn't have phones. And more parents are just simply eliminating the phones. And these are the kids who do well in school, who do well on their jobs, who learn how to have relationships, who still speak to their parents, and more. If you're having a difficulty relating to your child now, one of the first things you might consider doing, and we're going to talk about how to do this later, is eliminate the smartphones. Get rid of them. Well, for how long? Oh, I didn't say this clearly. Sell them. That's how long. And get an old flip phone. Go on eBay. Do whatever it takes to make the phone just an accessory, a convenience for you to contact your children and your children to contact you. What do all children need to learn? They need to learn to feel loved. They need to learn to be loving, and they need to learn to be responsible. Loved, loving, responsible. That's the three-legged stool that we've talked about, which always leads to happiness. Those are the three things that they need. So let's just ask the tough questions. Does having a smartphone help them to feel loved? Well, it helps them to gather gossip and share pictures and to sext, and sext being a verb, sexting, sending lewd pictures of each other to each other. But loved? No. Does it help them to be loving? Oh, there have occasionally been loving acts, as in, contacting a shut-in that have been performed by a cell phone, but I would estimate that to be a far less than 0.001% phenomenon. Do they enable you to be responsible? Well, on your job, you might have to have one in order to make, if you're a pizza delivery guy, you probably have to have one. You probably couldn't function without one. But see, those are really rare exceptions. On the whole, does having a smartphone and certainly being addicted to one help us to be loved, loving, and responsible? No. End of discussion. No phone. Or at least very limited use. Some parents say, I don't let my children use their phone more than 6 hours a day. I've heard that. Because the average use is 8. Average. So that means some kids must have them, duct taped to their forehead. So they can use them all the time. So they're in the background when they're sleeping. They miss out on learning to feel loved, loving, and responsible every hour that they're on their phones, where they would not gain those skills. I'm not some rabid anti-phone person. I think they actually have uses. I have one. The apps that are on it are pathetic. Anybody who would pick it up would go, this isn't worth stealing. They have uses, but the downsides are phenomenal and well known. When your child is on a smartphone, they view your speaking to them as an intrusion into this fabricated world, the size of their hand, and they lose the ability to communicate with each other in person. They text each other while they're sitting next to each other. Ask any school teacher if that's not true. They sit right together in class, and there are schools, I had to shake my head be sure is hearing clearly, who don't take their cell phones away when they walk into school. Something about, inhibiting their free speech. Oh, you're kidding me. So they sit next to each other. And increasingly, employers are saying that these kids are useless at work. I have sat in many meetings with CEOs. I once was a keynote speaker at a CEO meeting at MIT. And one of the complaints that I heard over and over again is that they can't find enough workers who are qualified in that particular field that they're hiring them in and who have social skills, both of which are diminished by phone use. The employers are going, they know how to run a phone. And if your job happens to be working at Verizon and showing people how to use a phone, okay, cool. But how many people work at Verizon showing people to use how to use a phone? You can't study as much or interact with people as much when you pick up a phone 60 times a day. Impossible. In addition to the disconnect of phones is the astonishing danger of comparing. Our children compare with each other how many friends they have. They'll know how many people follow them, how many people, I don't even know the right terms anymore for all these apps. They compare themselves to pictures of people who have photoshopped their pictures on Facebook or taken 200 pictures and picked the best. So they're comparing themselves as they see themselves in the mirror with absolutely the very best and sometimes fabricated pictures of other people. Now technology even has, it used to be this was possible only in complicated CGI labs for, movie studios. But there's now technology for creating what's called deep faking. Now, the minute that I say this, everybody's going to already have this technology because any app I mention, any study I mention, any statistic is going to change by the minute. In deep faking, people can create fake videos of themselves looking and sounding perfect and not even use themselves as the object being filmed. People project even written images of their happiness and their competence that are fabricated. Go to a dating website and women ask guys, so what's your favorite hobby? My favorite hobby is to work in the soup kitchen. I work at a place called World Peace, and I like moonlit walks on the beach. That's called lying by the use of your smartphone. You're creating a mental image of yourself that's a lie. So and you're compared to every other guy who doesn't lie, so you have to lie almost. Or at least that's the reasoning that they use. But our children are comparing themselves to all these perfectly constructed people, not perfect people, perfectly fabricated. So they feel worse about themselves after all the comparing. Or if they manage to look good briefly, they might feel better about themselves briefly, but they know it's not real and they have to keep it up. One woman said to me, look up my Facebook page. She had to tell me how to do that because I didn't know how. And so I'm looking at her Facebook page and she says, everybody that I know wants to be like me, or they want to be me, because on her Facebook page, she looked like a doll. She looked absolutely perfect in every imaginable way, in her perfect clothing, wearing her perfect shoes, in her perfect house, with her perfectly manicured lawn and her perfect pool, and on and on. And she finally said, now, here's the subtext. It's all a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie that I project other people so that they'll accept me. And it's exhausting to live like this. I'm not happy. I don't have any happy relationships. I don't like being around my husband. I hate my kids. My kids hate me. If I have to keep doing this, I'm looking at the Facebook of this woman who looks ecstatic ecstatically happy in addition to perfect. She said, if I have to keep doing this, I don't want to live anymore. Starting to get a flavor of the downside of smartphones. And this was a mature woman, I don't know, in her 30s. And this is the world our children are growing up in and competing with and trying to be like and being influenced by it at the very least. Social media makes superficial connecting far easier than ever before, but it interferes with genuine connection. But because kids now grow up with these phones, they would implant them under their skin if they could. It's all they know. Facebook has 2 billion users, which of course is outdated now even as I say it. And originally, they claimed to be a way to facilitate the connection of people. I saw Facebook high-up administrator, boss kind of person, some vice president of something the other day admit when he was asked, before he realized what he'd said, that, no, it's not our business to connect people. We are a marketing tool. But see, kids don't realize that they're being used, that Facebook is using them, not just Facebook. I'm not slamming Facebook. All websites do this, just about. I saw an article where a girl shared a snapshot that she took of her handheld device that showed an advertisement for a product that she got within minutes of just mentioning that product to a friend in a Facebook post. Are you creeped out? So she just mentions this product to her friend in a private Facebook post, apparently not so private, and Facebook harvests that information, and somebody pays for the advertising that Facebook's now going to do and sends an advertisement for that product to the kid before the kid's off the phone. They're being used as marketing tools. They're being used by marketing tools. They're being compared. They're being separated. They're being damaged by their phones. I emphasize I'm not against phones. No, I'm against anything that doesn't contribute to the happiness of a child. And these don't. They really don't. Do they have some advantages? Yes. If you're a policeman, I don't know how you'd function without a cell phone these days. More and more children are being raised by each other and by the advertisements and the news of the world. So what do they hear? Death, destruction, fear, lies. Here's how you should look if you want to be beautiful and accepted. Here's what you should do. Here's what you should believe, and on and on. And all of those messages are not loving. Some of them are overtly unloving. So what getting and protecting behaviors do we use with smartphones? Well, running is pretty prominent since we dive into virtuality. Lying. Who puts a picture up on Facebook and says, this was the best picture I could find out of the 200 selfies I took today? Whoever says that? Nobody says the truth. Whoever writes on their Facebook page, I look good, nice looking face, great figure, and I want to kill myself. No, we lie on our smartphones every day. Also victimhood. If something is unfair, the messages just fly. It used to be we had to wait for a physical audience to act like victims. No longer. Now we can advertise to the world. Can you believe how Mrs. Jones talked to me in English? She is such a blank, whatever word the child chooses. And my mother. I mean, what planet does she live on that she thinks that she can keep me away from the dance? She leaves out the part, this is the lying part, that mom said, I want you to go to the dance. But you have to pass algebra, not get an A. You have to pass it, which means, attend, be alive, go to class, turn in your homework, and at least guess on the test. Just pass. No homework, didn't go to class, failed, didn't meet the standards, and so she couldn't go to the dance. But can you believe my mother? They're used for a lot of purposes that are not making them feel loved or be loving or be happy or responsible. What imitation love? Well, praise, if you compare well. Oh, you just look so darling in those pink shoes. That kind of thing, which you can read on people's phones anytime you want. Pleasure, if you get the hits of congratulations from others, and oh, you just look fantastic. Power from being popular. Power from bullying. Cyberbullying has now become the way to bully somebody. In the past, you used to have to go out of your way and find them at their locker and, knock their books to the ground. Oh, and embarrass them in front of all 12 people who are going by. Oh, that's kid stuff. Now you can put stuff on your Facebook page and elsewhere that will embarrass this kid for the rest of their life. And you can do it from some anonymous place and nobody will know who did it. Children have killed themselves, not a few, quite a few children have killed themselves because they've been bullied online using their phones. Now we'll be getting to how to deal with this addiction, I promise, as well as everything else. But first, we need to understand. The next addiction, the last in the series that we started with, is addiction to gaming, specifically, usually video gaming. Similar to a combination of the addictions to porn and smartphones. So we'll probably make this a little shorter. They're very similar, all of these. Porn, smartphones, and gaming. The differences are just different flavors of the same stuff. The same refuse, like going to a landfill and sampling here, and there. It's still just landfill. It's garbage. It's an escape. And the use is amazing. The income to creators of games is more than that of all the income of people who make movies and music put together, and the NBA and Major League Baseball. No kidding. They'll release a new version of a game and sell millions of versions of that game in the first day. Millions. One virtual reality game where you can create your own little world is just short of, actually, as I speak, it's probably past the mark, 100 million players. What if 100 million kids were studying for 2 hours a day? Imagine. But they play this game for sometimes all night and all day. One virtual reality world has a virtual goods catalog. So you make your own little world. You make your own little avatar. You make yourself look, all beautiful and perfect. You pay real money. Here's the irony. You pay real money to buy virtual goods. So you pay real money to buy virtual shoes that other people in virtual shoes and in a virtual body are then going to say to you, you look fantastic. Is anybody finding this nuts but me? And yet, millions of people doing this stuff. One virtual reality world has a virtual goods catalog where you buy cars, shoes, makeup, blah, blah, where the store has more than 30 million different items. Wow. I don't think there are 30 million leaves in my backyard. You can purchase whole worlds up to 4 million square meters in size and have full domain over your universe and invite people to join in and explore. That's part of the advertisement of the site, by the way. This doesn't even count the adventure games like Halo, like Grand Theft Auto, which has, that's just Grand Theft Auto 5. version number 5, who knows how many they sold of 1 through 4 because I didn't look it up. But Grand Theft Auto 5, 17 million people bought that. And it's not an inexpensive purchase. This isn't like buying one of those little $1 apps for your smartphone. Gran Turismo 5, another adventure game or high action game, 16 million. Wii Sports, 85 million owners. We really like our gaming, wouldn't you say? Those numbers are kind of proof that we really do. And when we spend money on a thing, we tend to use that thing more. In fact, I'm really curious. If children were required to pay for their education, I bet they'd study more, but for another day. As with porn and smartphones, players disappear into an alternate universe. So while doing that for who knows how many hours a day, sometimes 24 plus hours at a stretch, I was on the internet when advertisement said, we guarantee that you will become addicted to this game. Can you imagine years ago that would have been considered insulting? Parents would have had it taken down. And now games are promising that you'll become addicted and people are going, me first. Will I become more addicted if I get 2 copies? When they're doing this, they can't learn the skills that lead to happiness. And yet only the World Health Organization recognizes gaming as an addiction. The United States body that determines mental health disorders doesn't even include it. Loved, loving, and responsible. If any leg of the stool is affected negatively, happiness declines. So if we spend 8 hours a day gaming, smartphones, porn, and if you combine all 3, that's a really easy number to come up with, 8 hours a day. What's the result? That's 8 hours a day that we can't be doing those things, learning to feel loved, being loving, and being responsible. That's 8 hours of detraction from being happy. Whether you call it an addiction or not, I don't care. But it is a detraction from our happiness, and they are addictions. We've been talking about 7 major behavioral problems that I've showed you on a slide repeatedly that kids have. And this is the last one on the list. It's certainly not the last addiction. Although sometimes this group of people is not really kids. They're not really kids, but they start off as kids. And if we don't do something about it while they're kids, then it turns into an adult problem that is very often incurable. Problem begins in childhood every time. And the solution is based on what should be taught to our kids now, or they'll end up with this problem. And the last one in the list was adult children who are still living at home with excessive, in my mind, that's close to any parental care. The economic problems and conflicts of this world, this might be simplified, maybe not, are mostly about who has money. The people who are protected in their wealth by power, position, and legal resources, our separation is about money. Those who have it, those who don't, and are relatively unprotected legally and health insurance and otherwise. 1% of us in this country, in the United States, 1% of us own 38% of the wealth. That's a bit of a disparity. It used to be that the average was in a United States corporation that the CEO made about 30 times more than the average wage earner. 30 times more. The number now is over, this is only 20 years later, it's over 400. So the difference between the poor and the rich is only getting bigger by a lot. 1% of us own 38% of the wealth. The top 1% of people in wealth own as much as the bottom 90%. You impressed by these numbers yet? They're really kind of scary. economy is driving a great deal of the contention in the world, a great deal of the unhappiness. A recent book beautifully demonstrated a practical version of this when it comes to parenting. In the United States, 40 years ago, just 40, a generation and a half ago, something like that, depends on how long you call a generation, kids had a 90% chance of making more money than their parents 40 years ago. You were going to make more than your parents because you had more opportunities, more chances to go to school and blah, blah, blah. And now it's less than 50% chance. The odds are now that you're going to make less than your parents, whereas before you would make more than your parents. So children are becoming more dependent on their parents. Is it just world economics? No, it's about parenting. In the old days, kids learned to work on the farm. Primarily, they also learned to work in their dad's and mom's shoe shop or manufacturing plant or whatever mom and dad did for a living, which is why in the old days, so many people had last names that matched what their job was. Baker, butler, on and on, farmer. But primarily they learned to work on the farm. They had to work on the farm or in the family business. You learned to be responsible, period, or the family might not survive at all. So you had to. It's just what you did. There was no question about it. The family didn't get together and go, we're going to have a vote on whether Susie here can play on her smartphone all day long instead of working in the fields. No, everybody worked in the fields or somewhere else, washing clothes or whatever it was. Now parents have somehow gotten the idea that being a good parent, reinforced, of course, by other parents, means, and by advertising, that you provide for your kids. Facebook will tell you this with all the advertisements that you see, all the advertisements you see from Amazon and everything else. If you're a great parent, you're going to give your kid these gifts. And if you don't, well, how are they going to compare with their friends who are going to be showing off their gifts on Facebook? The parents have worked hard. They have the means, they have the money. So let's follow this logic. So a good parent would naturally share what they have, right? Actually, yes, a good parent does share what they have. But the really important sharing, in fact, by 100 times, is sharing, loving, and teaching. That's what a good parent shares. Loving and teaching, not enabling and giving financial support. But nobody taught the parents that. The parents weren't taught how to love and teach. And they, most of the time, don't have the love to give in the first place. So they give their children what they do have, which is money and the things you can buy with money. Every electronic device, all the latest in clothing, a car when they get older, and more. My children would each tell me that they were the only kid when they turned 16 that didn't get given a car. Poor kids. So parents, not knowing how to love and teach, enable their children. They take care of them like well-pampered pets instead of parenting them. Because, in their defense, they don't know what else love is. They don't. I'm not blaming anybody. So they raise children who feel entitled to all the gifts that they've gotten from birth, that they didn't have to do anything for. And they have not learned the sense of responsibility that is utterly required to both, one, make a living later in life, and two, be happy now. We don't learn to be responsible now just so we can be happy later and make money. We learn to be responsible now because it's part of the three-legged stool, and without it, you fall over on the stool. So here's what parents have missed. 100 years ago, children needed to work for the benefit of the family, and there was no choice. Parents now are wealthier than 100 years ago, so the rules have changed. Now children need to learn to work for their own benefit so they can be responsible and self-sufficient and independent. But parents don't know how to teach children that that's the reason to work, because we don't have the mandatory reason of keeping up the family farm anymore. Because parents, one, don't need children to work for a living anymore, and two, they're afraid of the disapproval that always comes from kids when the parents say they do have to work, like around the house, like they have to take the garbage clear from the house to where they collect garbage at the street. They might have to walk 60 feet, and they call that work. That wouldn't even be 60 seconds worth of labor on a farm. So parents don't need the kids to work for a living. They're afraid of the disapproval that comes when they do tell children that they have to work. So the kids don't work because the parents don't teach them to. And unless they are self-actualized, the kids, which would be rare, unusually mature and motivated, the natural extension of all that entitlement is to what? I'm defending everybody. I'm just explaining. I'm not accusing anybody. It's to not work at all. And that's kind of the norm. My kids are older. I mean, I'm an old man. Like I said, I have more grandkids than kids. And my kids used to sometimes play a little trick, and I would tell them that they couldn't go somewhere until they'd done their work. In fact, the family rule was you could ask any kid in the family, what's the family rule? Work before you play. Easy. So they'd come home and they'd get their work done, and they'd go play. Pretty simple stuff. So some of them were very clever. And as they got older and they could drive and their friends could drive, their friends would come over to pick them up to go somewhere, and they'd go, oh man, I wish I could go with you, but I haven't weeded the back 40. For those of you who are not old enough, that means the back 40 acres. And so they would get their friends to go help them pull weeds in the back 40, and they'd get the job done, and then they could leave, which I thought was pretty clever. I didn't care how they got the job done. But sometimes they would say to me, Dad, our friends have never worked. One of the kids came to me and said, one of my friends is out there, and he's saying, I think I'm sick. I think maybe I need to go home because I'm not feeling well. And he described his symptoms. He was describing being hot and sweating, which he had never done in his life. And that was with my kids. That was a lot of years ago. It's gotten much worse since. So why do parents do all this? Because why do they ignore the things their kids need to learn the most? Because there's nothing worse for a parent than that glare of disapproval from a child. Sometimes even anger and hatred. Some of these kids use language with their parents that I didn't use in private in the woods. And they call their parents these names. Parents have gotten to where they dread this because there's no spine. They're invertebrates. From a child who has just been refused something. So they don't dare to refuse their child anything. The parents did not like disapproval as children. They don't like it now as adults. So they don't feel their responsibilities to teach their kids to work. And the results are a nightmare. We parents enable our children. We seriously handicap them because we don't have the knowledge or tools to teach them responsibility. And we fear their disapproval. It's crippling. The results, the kid gets lousy grades in high school because he played video games, watched porn, and played on his phone all day long while his parents did nothing. He can't get into a decent school, and doesn't matter, even if they can get into community college, because they don't see a reason to get more education. So let's say they fail to get into a great school, they go to a community school. I'm not saying all community colleges are lousy. Don't send me letters about that. But most people would regard a community college as being inferior to, say, one of the top 10 schools in the country. So they don't get into a top school. They get into a less prestigious school, but they still haven't learned to work, so they don't know how to study. They believe that their parents will continue to spoil and enable. And why shouldn't they conclude that? I'm not blaming the kid. They've been entitled all their lives. So what's different now? Why should the kid work? The parents continue to avoid disapproval and anger of the child. And that's how we get 30, 40, and older kids, 30, 40 years, still living at home with no job or a token job. The parent says you have to have a job or you can't stay here. And so the kid goes out, and I'm not making this up, and gets a job where they work 3 hours a week. Just enough to say that they're working. Are you working? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I work down at the warehouse. The kid shows up, moves 4 boxes, and goes back home and gets back on his phone. They don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to work. And they're not happy. So they use all manner of addictive behaviors, and it's a cycle, see? They're not responsible, so they're unhappy, so they use addictive behaviors, so they become less able to study or go look for or hold a job, and the cycle just spirals down into the toilet. In short, no skills, pretty bad social skills for interviews, so they neither get nor keep a job. Now, what getting and protecting behaviors do we see in an adult child who's living at home? Well, running is pretty obvious. For safety, there's no risk. There's no responsibility if you're an adult child living in the basement. Many of these moms take the food down to the child. They don't have to come all the way up the stairs. Terrible experience. To eat, no, they just eat while they're watching TV or talking on their phones or whatever. They don't have to make mistakes while they sit alone in the basement playing games. And if they do make a mistake, they can just hit reset. No work, no criticism, except occasionally from the parent who has the guts to say, you ought to be doing something. And then the kid just eliminates that by being angry. Another getting and protecting behavior. Or lying. I can't get a job. There was a guy years ago, and I can't remember the reference exactly, but 30 years ago. Apparently it was popular then to say, I can't get a job. So he wrote a book about how he went out and in one day, with no particular experience in all of these jobs that he applied for, it was a minimum of 20 jobs in one day, just to prove that I can't get a job is a lie. I have a friend who moved out of the house as an adult, finally. With few social skills and no other skills, he found it pretty tough to get a job. But within a period of 3 years, he got 20 jobs. So the jobs are out there. This is with no references, because how do you give the 20th job application the references for the previous 19 that you had in 3 years? What reason do you give for losing your job, that all 19 companies folded? No, he was fired from all 19. 20 jobs in 3 years. The jobs are there, but he couldn't keep them because nobody ever taught him to work. He'd never had to. This is not good. These kids are not happy living at home when they're adults. They're unable to have relationships or keep a job. A child's life often is over unless somebody has the guts to love and teach them. Over before anybody realizes it. They realize it when the kid is 45 years old, and now it's kind of too late. But if you can catch them before they're 30, I'm making up a number, it's rarely too late. I've seen kids utterly transform their lives at that age, but somebody really has to have the guts to step in, and we'll get to how you're going to do that in future chapters. The bottom line in this chapter is what? 1, if kids don't feel loved and if they're not diligently taught how to be happy, they will be in pain. And they will respond with a wide variety of behaviors designed to minimize their pain. And those behaviors hurt them even more and cause all manner of confusion and problems, including addiction. 2, once we understand that our children are in pain, how could we possibly be irritated at them? It's like being irritated at a drowning person. It's a question I suggested in an earlier chapter, I believe. The question is just this. What do we know to be true? What is going on? This child does not know how to function in life. That would be one possible answer. And then the next question is, so what do we do next? What do we do about it? What is the truth? What do we do? But being angry at a child, utterly fruitless. They're just drowning. 3, once we understand that our children are in pain, we can begin to address the real problems instead of just controlling the symptoms. Trying to control their addiction, which is their only form of pain relief. Good luck with that. Trust me on this. There is nothing more important you'll do than teach and love your child, which of course would include you being happy and maintaining your relationship with your partner, if you have one. On the subject of trust, when I say, trust me, when it comes to how to love and teach a child, I'm not kidding. A lot of this won't make sense until you do trust what I'm saying and actually try it. But trust is first, before the proof. First trust, then the doing. With the doing, we get more proof, which increases our trust. And now we have a cycle that, this is actually possible, goes up instead of down. We usually refer to cycles as destructive, but no, this can be a positive one. Now, I'm going to tell you a story from the New Testament. Don't care if you believe in the Bible. The story is still a beautiful illustration and example of trust, which is the same thing as faith. So, Jesus' disciples were in a boat. Sounds like the beginning of a joke, but it's not. Jesus' disciples were in a boat in a storm on the Sea of Galilee. And it's nighttime, and Jesus walks out on the water. He didn't swim out. He was walking on the water toward their ship, and when they saw him, they were, well, amazed, as we all would be. Jesus said one word to Peter, one of his disciples, who was in the boat. He said, "Come." And Peter immediately gets out of the boat, walks to where Jesus is. But as Peter sees the wind and the waves, he begins to think. He pauses. The more we think, the more we get afraid, and the other way around. The more afraid we are, the more we think. And Peter began to sink. So Jesus just kindly and patiently reached out and took his hand and taught him a little bit about trusting and faith. You're going to find learning how to love and teach your children difficult in the beginning. You will, because it's new. You wouldn't be here if you weren't already having difficulty loving and teaching your kids. My response, just lie back and trust what I'm telling you, because I've helped thousands of people raise their kids. Just trust the principles and keep going. I've done this before. Not comparing myself to Jesus, but I'm just saying, come on, take my hand and let's go. It can be scary, just like Peter walking on the water and then going, what am I doing out here? Your kids will make you doubt the wisdom of what you're doing, but you're going to keep going. So just trust me Take my hand, and we'll get there.